Hello. Good evening. For the second time this week, surprisingly enough, it is Wednesday, and it's not our first stream of the week, which is still a weird feeling. This entire week has felt very off for me, I gotta say. It's been like, who am I? Where am I? I felt the entire day that it's a Thursday for some reason, but it's not Thursday. I kind of wish it was Thursday. Because that would mean the weekend is even closer, but it is what it is. And for now, it is Wednesday. Which means we can, this time, hopefully get some things done in Magical Isles. Assuming or hoping that my body does not destroy me this time, like it did on Monday. As long as your body doesn't hate you as much anymore. Yeah, no, it's better today. There's like the bouts of nausea and everything, but I don't know, I'm used to those. It's not as bad as it was on Monday by far. Which means today we're gonna jump right back in. We literally just finished the 4th reasoning, I think it was, of chapter 1. We are still very much on the doll case. We're going to stay on the doll case the entire game apparently, because there's nothing aside from the, oh my god, from the doll case. But I'm still interested in seeing what it's like. Chapter 1, nothing, man. Okay. You know what I always find so funny? How, like, did you see that there was like 10 pages of save slots you could have, and then you could have so many. I didn't count how many there are on one page, but it's like, who needs that many save slots? And in other games are like, oh yeah, here's like 5 slots. Be happy with them. I'm like, damn, okay. Because I remember, which one was it? I think it might have been one of the, no, it's not Hakoki. It was an Otome game. And I was really struggling to fit all of my save files that were needed, because the game had so many like bad endings and stuff as well. So every 2 steps you had to make like a save, so you wouldn't have to replay the entire game all the time, and then there wasn't enough save slots. And I'm like, damn, okay. And I'm the type of person, I always make my way first to the through ending and then pick up the bad endings. There's people who are like, okay, I'll do the bad ending first and then I can overwrite that save file, but I'm the exact opposite of that, so I seem to be extremely yeah, that's okay. We're doing well so far, I think. I'm gonna try to play today. Hi Bubba, hi Weird. No ways, the Epic streamer knew, I see. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're good. Also, thank you for the hiding time. I'm okay. I've been worse. I think today should be manageable. The only weird thing is, for some reason, I have like sore muscles in my upper back, like the shoulders and everything. And the only reason I can think of is because I did a bunch of like washing yesterday, like, and I had to lug those to my parents' place. That's the only thing I can imagine why I'd have like sore muscles in my shoulders out of all things, but they're not that bad. I felt worse. Feeling very exhausted from, oh no, you got COVID? Damn. I'm sorry to hear that from this weekend. Another friend of mine also just got COVID this weekend. I hope it's not like bad. Well, yeah, make sure you rest. What Weird is saying, make sure you rest for sure. Aww. Well, I don't want to say it too loud, you know. Don't want to invite, like, misfortune, but so far I've not gotten COVID, at least not in a way that I would have been conscious of it. So... knock on wood or something. But yeah. We apparently, or at least the person we're following right now, seems to be running for her life, maybe? Doesn't seem very inviting what we're doing right now. Let me sit properly so I can read. The woman is desperately struggling to figure out how she ended up in this situation. After work, she went for a drink with a friend of hers but no matter how much she tries, it is a waste of effort. There's no direct relationship between her and that. They haven't even met each other before. This has got to be a dream. She keeps telling herself, how could it possibly be otherwise? She's being chased by a girl in kimono in the dead of night. Ooh! No, she's already aware that this is not a human girl. It is something that wears the form of a human girl. And that something is after her, armed with what looks like an axe almost as long as it is tall. There's no way this is real. How could anyone blame her for trying to apply common sense to the situation? It's just a nightmare. A part of the woman even starts to think she should just stop running, believing that even if that thing catches and frightens her to death, she'll wake up right after. The other part of her, however, firmly rejects that proposal. Is this really a dream? The pain and moisture she's feeling spreading around her back, are these things also imaginary? Torn between dream and reality, she gathers all her strength into her legs to keep fleeing from her pursuer. Every time she attempts to head somewhere where more people are around, the thing runs around and cuts her off, shepherding her toward a less populated area. It acts just like a cunning predator. Perhaps help would appear if she screamed, but she's out of breath and her throat is paralyzed with fear. She considers rushing into a store or home, but if she gets held up by a locked door, she'll be caught in a heartbeat. Which means she has to just keep running. To begin with, there's no way that she can figure out how to deal with that thing when she has no idea what it really is. She's only been running for a few minutes, but it feels like an eternity. Her legs have reached their limit. She can't possibly continue to run, not with ill-fitting shoes and her lack of stamina. And on top of that, she's bleeding from a long cut on her back, even though it's only skin deep. Oh, skin deep! That sucks though, especially if it's on her back because she's in constant motion, because she's running. Even if it's not a very deep cut, it's going to bleed like a bitch. Almost having lost her balance and collapsed a dozen of times, she barely manages to keep running. She doesn't care anymore if this is a dream or reality. She now foresees how, in the very near future, both of her legs will give up on going forward and her lifeblood will stop flowing through her veins. However, the moment when she has set her teeth... The fuck? A voice comes out of the darkness right before the woman. Astounded, she almost trips. However, her shoulder is caught by a large, burly hand. Oh! He's the first one to actually meet the doll, okay. She's too surprised to scream. That is no wonder, because there was no one else around her until a couple of seconds ago. There are no bushes or such nearby where he could have hidden himself. From her point of view, he has literally come out of nowhere. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Although the street has good visibility, the man's voice came from right in front of her, and he even caught her while she was falling. She should have been able to see much sooner, but she didn't notice him until he caught her when she stumbled. The sounds. Horror FX, horror... What's the... VFX, and it's just me cracking knuckles. Was she too panicked to notice him? Or did he actually teleport from somewhere else? Utterly forgetting about the threat approaching from behind, she was absorbed in thinking about the sudden appearance of the man. Looking over her shoulder, her blood once again runs cold, thinking about the situation she's in. Ironically, the man's hand holding up her shoulder convinces her that this is reality. making a disturbing sound like an embodied nightmare. That thing is drawing closer to the man and the woman. She gives up all hope, predicting the two of them will both be engulfed by the nightmare. But the next thing she sees is the thing pausing at a point a couple of meters away from where the man is standing, as though watching him warily. You mistyped it! You mistyped it. Good evening! Weekly, weekly. We'll pretend that you posted the weekly the first time around. The woman still can't decide whether this man in a suit is on her side or not. Her instincts tell her that he shares the same kind of aura as the thing chasing after her. He's another resident of this nightmare. Yeah, weekly party. Nonetheless, he doesn't appear dangerous to her. He doesn't exactly seem like a hero of justice, though, because he's acting like a little kid impatient for an upcoming party, despite being in this nightmare.
ただね、相棒から次のあなたの標的はこの女性ではないかという連絡が入りまして。
Oh, wait, who's his partner? We do not know his partner yet. He lowers his line of sight from the midair to the thing for the first time. His partner? I'm the thing's next target? Those unexpected words puzzle the woman.
いや、しかし運がいい。この管轄を受け持つ鈴なりとクリという人物は、末路わぬ者の中でも非常に腕の立つ二人組です。彼らと戦うよりも、私が相手であれば、よほど勝率は高いはずですよ。
Even though she's already bewildered by this absurd situation, he makes things more confusing by talking nonsense, and she starts feeling irritated. She was really frightened. She ran for her life. Despite all that, she can't help but feel slighted now that they're ignoring her, and when she's about to demand they tell her who they are. Ooh! You think the doll's gonna start talking? Seeing the face of the thing under the moonlight, she swallows the words forming in her throat. She nearly succeeds, but still lets out a short squeak. The face of the thing, even in the darkness of the night, looks white, bloodless, and beautiful. It could even be described as subtle and profound. Just as she guessed it, it is not human. Her entire body goes limp and the blood runs cold. That's a creepy doll. Yeah, you have to also think about that. The doll is like 1.10 m or something, or 1.20 m. So the doll is even like the size of a small child, and carrying some kind of axe-like weapon that is also almost as tall. So like 1 meter. Yes. It's one thing if this was like I don't know, the usual size dolls, like something like the bigger dolls, but like something between 30 centimeters to 40, right? That would also be very frightening, I think, if something like that followed you in the middle of the night. But this thing is like the size of an entire child. Why would anyone make that? We don't know that yet. Well, we know that the original doll apparently, how do you say? The original doll was some kind of made by some kind of master artist, and it was one you would just keep and have it look really pretty. But someone apparently chose to take this hat and put it on a different body. We don't know why. We do not know why. Frankly, I'm not sure I want to know why. It doesn't matter whether the man is good or evil. She has to run away together with him. There's a monster right in front of them. The music sounds epic. It reminds me a little bit of Nia music. She tries to call out for him, but it just jumbles her up even worse. While she was paying attention to the grimness of the thing for less than a second, the man has vanished, as though no one was there from the start, leaving her alone on the dark street. She's terrified that there's nothing between her and the thing. Whichever direction she looks, all she can find is the thing in herself. Oh, good evening, Jaws. You want a Pikachu?
Pikachu! Pika Pika! Pikachu!
Imagine you're on a run for your life and you suddenly hear rustling coming from the bushes and just a Pikachu coming out. Like, boom!
Pikachu!
Did you expect that kind of sound like me? Neither. I feel like there was a lot of really good stuff that went into this game, but it feels like such a one-off thing. I don't know. Hi, how you doing? Although she tries to get to get... That's one too many. Although she tries to get her feet to run, she suddenly remembers him telling her to stay still. The reason she's able to hold herself back from the compulsion to escape is not because she is taking everything he said on faith, but because she instinctively knows he's still around. She neither sensed him leave nor heard a footstep, and what convinces her the most is the fact that that thing remains as motionless as when he was still in her sight. Which means... her senses understands the truth while her reason tells her otherwise. The unimaginable truth of the man's current location after he disappeared.
実に守りがいのあるお嬢さんです。
A compliment can be heard out of the empty air. If the thing were human, it would probably scream because the source of the voice suddenly appears. In front of it, barely 1 meter away, neither from her side or behind her. The thing thrusts itself back, looking incredibly upset. It's a doll's face that it can literally not move a muscle, but yeah, I guess it would look upset. Okay. The way it moves is so nimble, so sharp that it seems not to respect the rules of reality.
なかなかの速さ。ですが。
Charging parallel to the thing, the man throws a right hook that hits its head with a dull sound.
寺院や注意とはまた違った現実的な硬さですね。硬いもの。
Now the only thing this game could have improved on is just the fucking sound, like volume on the voice acting. They've got great voice acting going on. They've got a great BGM. They've got great art, but you can barely hear the voice acting most of the time. Even though the woman is watching him move from up close, she cannot understand any of what he's doing. This must be a huge puzzle to the thing, at least if it has enough intelligence to be puzzled.
Thank you for the non-binary.
The thing takes the first move in the second round. With incredible speed, it slides itself forwards, making a wavy curve on the road. And then its deadly weapon plays an indescribably disturbing sound as it scrapes against the asphalt. Since the woman is only a few meters from the battlefield, she can see how the thing gets around behind the man in a moment. But from its position, she wouldn't even have been able to follow its motion with her eyes or body. She intuitively decides she must do something to help him and tries to squeeze out the words behind you, but her throat still isn't working properly.
心配ごめん。
He must have realized that she was struggling to muster the courage to assist him. He shows her a content smile, mouthing a word of thanks. An incredibly fast swing by the thing is coming from right behind the man's back, a complete blind spot for him. The moment when the attack no ordinary man would be able to evade is about to crash into the back of his head. Ooh. Leaning toward the enemy, he takes a sudden step back with all of his weight. The effect is like a hammer blow. A shockwave resonates around him with a roar. The thing's body is blown back several meters as if hit by a car. The impact seems to have been so strong that the thing and its weapon slide and roll on the road before coming to a stop. After a few seconds of the roaring sound, utter silence reigns over the street. And the quiet has been broken by the man's voice, which still remains out of place and devoid of tension.
硬さも速さも想定をはるかに。
With him being extremely fast for some reason, he keeps reminding me more and more of Ida from Hero Academia. Both his design and like the speed thing. Ooh. A creaking sound cuts his words off as the thing jumps up overhead. The way it lifts itself violates the laws of physics. Its jump carries it more than 3 meters into the air. As long as you're human, you have to go through a certain procedure to recover your footing. You put your hands and feet on the ground, twist your body to sit up and stand up, but none of that applied to the thing. It was, after all, not human.
いや、これは。
The man doesn't even let the unexpected action lower his guard. Having at once calculated where the thing is going to land as a result of its leap, he decides on the best position and timing to punch through its body. He then takes a small step backwards. He has widened the distance between him and the thing in order to give his next attack a boost with his weight. He's aiming for its chin, which is thought to be structurally fragile. The thing is, on the other hand, going to swing its weapon down. There will no doubt be an overwhelming lethal slash, but it's predictable. This exchange of attacks is, therefore, supposed to turn out the same way as the previous one, but... The man's blow has landed. His fist tells him that he has delivered a critical hit. If the recipient were a person, he would 100% be out cold. Of course, the man understands he's facing something different from human. Still, he's confident that he was able to, if not finish it off, at least drive it away. But he's proven wrong. Even though his blow bent the thing's upper body backwards, it holds its weapon parallel with the ground and swings with all its might. Ooh, the high-velocity horizontal slash splits the air. The man's blow did inflict the damage that he had meant to deal. If the thing forces itself any further forward, its neck will most likely be broken from the centrifugal force generated by the slash. A living being with a sense of pain would instinctively take action to avoid damage. Even a monster before him shouldn't do anything that would hurt itself more. That's the miscalculation that the man made as a result of believing that the thing possesses the same structure and sense as the human race does.
正体を知っていたはずなのに、見た目に惑わされたということですか。
The thing feels no sense of pain. That is actually a fatal flaw if you think about why it exists.
すっかり風通しが良くなってしまいました。
The man has a shallow cut on his stomach, leaving his suit jacket and dress shirt stained with
本
blood.
当に見た目で惑わされたばかり。まだまだ修行が足りないということ。
Who wrote this track? It's so... Oh my god. Without paying any attention to his own wound, he amusedly laughs over the fact nothing went as he planned. Why would he laugh when he didn't get what he wanted? Because that's the way he is, no more, no less.
それにしてもそうですか。今のでも全く答えていない。
He's about to straighten up his collar to announce the end of the combat, but instead an ecstatic grin spreads on his face when he learns that the dog can still keep going.
いや、お嬢さん申し訳ない。もうしばらくの間、じっとしていていただけますか。
She was spaced out, watching the fantastical scene in front of her, but his energetic and low-key voice startles her. Her wild eyes stare at the thing as it gets to its feet without looking damaged. That makes the woman once again think of him as a resident of this nightmare. He and the thing stare at each other, with the distance between them coincidentally almost as wide as when the battle began. The difference is that they exchange several blows. Nobody but themselves know which one of them is at an advantage now.
やはりあれです。あれです。
He shuffles forward to get close to the thing, though it's not because he has the advantage. All the techniques he knows are for close combat, so fighting from medium range isn't an option for him. And as a result, he's now in the range of the thing's lethal weapon. Okay, I'm getting a little bit tired of it saying the thing so many times, Jesus. His life could be snuffed out at any moment by a single swing. In spite of that, he walks forward with a rapturous smile on his face. In this extremely tense situation where one wrong move will lead to death.
戦いとはこうでなくてはいけません。
He bursts into laughter, feeling irresistible happiness. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. Sure, do not show me how that scene ended. Man, am I glad I didn't... Am I glad I didn't have to finish, playing last time after this one. The thing knew it, the thing! Because it was always, in parentheses, it's like, okay, I get it. You call it a thing because it's not human, but you don't know what it is. The thing. I get it! Ooh! The first phone call of the morning brings me the good news that I've been waiting for. Nanashido, the best shop ever. Sure will. I'm going to Pop's first, though. Actually, I wish I could get to Nanashi right away. He said Roku had some big news to share. Time is money. You're being super blunt, aren't you? You mean the deal we made? Defective piece of merchandise. What does he mean exactly? You call it a thing because it's not human doesn't make new a thing as well. If you have no words to describe something, a thing always works. So maybe I'm just
Out of this world.
How cool of you. You sound like a different person from the one who bagged me for some cash 10 seconds ago. Anyway, I'll try to come over there as soon as I can. Two minutes to the time that Roku chose. Okay, a good morning to you as well.
朝から珍妙な歌を歌ってんじゃねえよ。
I just got a message. Yo! You know how sometimes my mom messages me during stream times despite me telling her several times that I might not have time while I stream, but she just messaged me to tell me that she got some points on my Subway card because some months ago I sent her a screenshot of my Subway card so she could buy some stuff and I get points for it, right? Apparently she still has the picture somewhere and she felt compelled to tell me that she is collecting points on my behalf. That is very sweet. Good morning. Everyone but the main figure seems to be present. Yeah, I like to be on time. My place is closer than yours.
今日に限って言えばあと10分は早く家を出るつもりだったんだぞ。たださ、どうしてもマロンちゃんが一緒に来るって聞かなくて説得するの
Oh
に
no, why didn't you let her come with? I wanted to see her.
連れてくればよかったじゃねえか。クリならプラスになっても困りはしない
I
よ。
I would love to see if they actually put down a design for her or if they were just like, okay, here's a character, we're going to have this other guy gush about her the entire time. But no.
Oh, good evening. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Raiders. Hi, hi.
How you doing? Ooh, some Genshin today? Oh, tell me. Is there new stuff out in Genshin? I do not know. I know there's a Scaramouche boss fight coming, but that's all I know. Some new event. Ooh, nice. I'm good. How about you? Also, hi Raiders. For everyone who doesn't know me, I'm blah, blah. Yes, exactly. That is my name. I'm new. I like the color pink, visual novels and JRPGs. I'm currently playing Magical Eyes Red is for Anguish for the not the first. Well, I'm playing it blindly. I do not know what's happening here, but this is our like fourth stream on it or something.
Thank you for the non-binary in the pad.
You got a random Venti? Nice. Actually, Venti was my first 5-star. Venti was my first 5-star. I started playing Genshin back when it originally released, like when it first came out, and I played a bunch. And I also spent too much money on it. But that's cool. It's nice that you got a Venti. I'm waiting for them to release a playable Scaramouche. But frankly, by the time that would come around, maybe even that would be sometime maybe middle of next year. And I'd have to catch up on so much stuff. There's so much going on in Genshin. I wish I could like it again. But I hated how weak I was in Genshin all the time. It's like, yeah, you need to do those weekly dungeon types of things and then hope for good drops. I'm like, what do you mean I have to build my characters? I only go here to collect cute characters. I don't give a fuck about anything else. everyone hopes for him. Honestly, though, I've been waiting for playable Scaramouche ever since he first showed up in the main story. So I threw all your polls on a banner back then. I sure fucking did. I have a bunch of other 5 stars though as well. What I should do is go online and say, hey, here's a really great farmable Genshin account and sell it to someone who wants to do everything starting from Liu up to, what's the newest area called? Sumeru? Something? And with like 500 5 stars. Every single 4-star until like what was the electric area? Like what's her face? The purple one. The purple one you had to fight. But yeah, I had so many Inazu. Yes, exactly. No, they're just collecting PNGs of waifus and husbands. All the 3D models in this case. Yeah, I got lucky on banners that I didn't really care about, and the other way around. Like, I got a child by chance. I got a double pull of a John. I think you would pronounce it John, maybe, and Kazuha. I have every single anime character. Like, except for, I don't fucking know who has released in the past few months, but like, I have way too many characters considering that I have not played the game in over a year at this point, I think. I still have it installed though. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. I hope Genshin was fun. We are currently trying to find out why there's a doll trying to murder people in this city, or has been murdering people for the past 20 years or something, so...
いやいや、この副島の件は俺に降りかかった話だ。バロンちゃんにリスクを背負わせるわけにはいかないって。
Imagine playing Genshin. Yeah, couldn't be you, right? Couldn't be you. What adventure rank are you by now? 59? 60? What's the highest you can go right now?
だからこの件はこのまま俺個人で
I know too much about Genshin considering I don't play anymore simply because there's still so much on Twitter. I've started unfollowing artists I really like because all of their content was only Genshin anymore, and it was too much for me. I'm like, I'm so sorry, your art is great, but I literally need to purge the Genshin from my online experience. Please. 60. Yeah. You have a clear line drawn there, dude.
それにさ、俺を心配して家で待っててくれるマロンちゃんっていうのもすごくいいんだわ。
Oh, why would you say that?
半端ない威力だ。みんなに見せたい。ダメだ。やっぱり見せたくない。
Dokumi was a bunch of Genshin we saw there. Yeah, Dokumi was... Well, I complained right after that it was pretty much only Genshin there. Like, if you like Genshin, nice. If you try to distance yourself from Genshin or you didn't really care about it, not so nice, because everything was only Genshin. Yesterday I sorted through a bunch of merchandise I have at my parents' house. Because I'm trying to put up some more stuff in my apartment, and I have so much Genshin merch, like fan-made stuff. Because I pre-ordered a lot of artists' stuff back when Genshin first came out. I have so many venti charms and stickers and whatnot. It's like... I mean, I still like his design and everything, but I have so many. So many. Imagine going to Dokumi in a Genshin cosplay. Could not be me, though. Wasn't me. been trying to order one singular cosplay for a completely different character for months, and yet every other month I'm like, damn, I forgot to order this one and I don't have the money this month. Okay, I'll do it next month. Next month comes, I spend money on a bunch of other things. Forgot again. In between the time when I first said, hey, I really want to cosplay this design, the same person came out with 3 new designs and I'm like, please! Now I can't choose.
心配しなくてもクリがそんな表情を見せるのはお前にだけだろうよ
I fully support Pop's observation. The way Rin expresses his love for Kuri is crazy, but the way she expresses her love for him is just as insane.
ところで
What are we gonna do
なんで
cosplay?
呼び出した張本人がいないんだよ
I would like to revive my old Reimu cosplay, actually. Like, rework it a little bit. And then revive that one, but I don't know. No, I didn't cosplay for Dokumi. I really want to do something next year, though. Not sure if I'm ever gonna go to Dokumi specifically again, though. Like, because by the time next year, the other new game is probably out as well. The Holo, no, what's it called? Something Rail. Not sure if I wanna try that, but I do want to go to more conventions again for sure. And in cosplay, it just hits different. It's one thing if people stop you and are like, "Oh, your outfit is really cute." And not to toot my own horn, that has happened to me, which is like, yes! So, I'm not wearing a cosplay and someone is telling me my outfit is cute, yes! I win! But it's a different thing if you just go out in a cosplay, especially if it's a cosplay of a thing that is not as well known, and people stop you and like, oh, you're cosplaying! I'm like, yeah! Because I'm the same. If I see if I see someone cosplaying a thing from a series that I know is not as big, I'm like, oh, as well. Yeah, we find another con for sure. Sure, I'll try. It's 9:59:40, so he'll be here any second. Oh my god, you're counting the seconds? In exactly 20 seconds.
ああまだ10時になってなかったんだな
皆さんお揃いです
What the fuck? Same, just as usual.
だな
Wait a moment. Roku, aren't you injured on your side and your upper right arm? He wasn't hurt there yesterday.
これは参りましたねバレないように振る舞っているつもり
I knew it, Con. Yeah!
あっさりと V まで当てられてしまい
Everyone in attendance has to get pink hair. Be it a wig or you have, you know, dyeing your own hair, you have to have pink hair. Recognizing cosplay is always nice. Yeah. I gotta say, I think the one cosplay that was not Dokumi. The one cosplay, like I saw someone cosplaying once that I would say is the most niche in terms of people cosplaying it here was an Identity V Mary cosplay. I think the new con would be fun. It would, right? It would be fun. Other than that, I saw a Spanton cosplayer once. And obviously Undertale and I forget what the other one is called is not niche by any stretch of the imagination, but that was like not even a full month after it came out and I saw a cosplay and I was like, wow, okay, you're quick. Other than that, well, like VTuber cosplays are becoming more common, but it also depends on what kind of VTuber we're talking about here. And WeChat Atelier, I saw 2 people cosplaying from once. That was really sweet as well. No, make that 3 people actually. But I only got pictures of 2 of them at that one convention. I was like, ooh, you cosplay. Like, yeah. You were walking funny.
やるな高校生。俺には全くわからん。
ジュニアは確かにすげえが、逆にお前も無頓着すぎるんだよ。そのスタンスでそのレベルで戦えるってのが恐ろしいぜ。
So what happened?
ああ、この傷ですか。これは昨晩例の人形とやり合った時の傷です。
はあ？
What an explosive statement.
皆さんが声を荒げられるのも仕方ない。あの場で相手を仕留められなかったことが不満なのでしょう。ですが、私があの場に向かった理由は雑貨屋の知人である女性の保護でしたから。
No, but how did he stumble upon the doll? That's the weird part.
そういうこっちゃねえよ。
はて、では
お前が人形と戦ったって事実自体に驚いてるんだよ。
間違いなくあの人形だったのか。
Oh.
ええ、手応えから察するに幻覚の類でもなければ。
I guess we're just surprised you got the doll at all. Okay.
詳しい戦力のレポートについては情報部がまとめて皆さんへとお渡しします。
I'm probably going to face it too, so I'll need to check that report out.
これはもう確定じゃねえか。雑貨屋の証言は真実で人を襲う人形が存在するってな。
Because we have a living witness right here.
いえ、その判断は少々かと思われます。
Oh.
問題の人形ですが、戦いの技に虚実がありました。
I mean, it could still be, I don't know, controlled by someone, like a puppeteer, marionette kind of deal.
No, you have to leave. Have a nice stream. Okay, thank you for coming by. Thank you so much for bringing your community here. I hope you have a good.
I think we're kind of in the same time zone, right?
I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Good night.
格闘技の色はありませんが、動きは喧嘩慣れした人間のそれです。しかもこちらとの戦力差を読んだのか、まともにダメージを受けていない段階であっさりと引きました。
異形なら大きなダメージでも与えなきゃ引かないよ
な。That's right. They'll try to force themselves through.
つまりあれか？人が人形を操っているパターンだって言いたいのか？
私に言えるのは、ほぼ人と戦っているような感覚を受けるということだけです。
Luca's opinion matches what Nanashi, the expert, explained to me the other day. There are human intentions behind it all.
まあ衝撃的な出来事だけど、事件の構図は全く変わってないんじゃないか。
Shapeless. Listen, you do not have to have a specific weight to cosplay a character. The only reason you should lose weight or get in a specific shape is if you want to do that for yourself, but not because like, oh no, I can't be a bigger when I want to cosplay this character. Wow. Cosplaying is for all shapes and sizes.
おお、そうだな。人形がただの人形じゃないってのはほぼ分かってたことだしな。
But I'm the same. I want to lose weight before I cosplay this one character I'm thinking about as well. We originally had 2 theories. Either the doll possessed some malignant power or someone was manipulating it. Since we still can't figure that out even after Roku actually had a fight with the doll, you can say that we virtually haven't gotten anything new for the investigation.
しかしそりゃ緊急でジュニアと鈴なりを呼び出すからな。
I mean, if it's for your own well-being, then sure, but be careful about it. I mean, I don't have to tell you this. You're smart enough to know how to lose weight in a healthy way.
私がお二人を呼んだのは別の件についてですよ。
I should try Ring Fit again. and actually
あ
stick
れ
with
と
it.
戦う予定のユウさんはまだしも鈴なりさんを呼ぶからには
There's something more satisfying about fulfilling like stuff in Ring Fit than there is if you do like your own workout at home that doesn't tell you like, oh, you did this and that much. He lost 9. Oh, wow.
Good job!
Got anything new?
ええ彼につながるかもしれない資料が集まった
Look what takes out a large, thick envelope. It seems to be full of pictures.
家族、友人、同僚、男性の関係者に絞ってのものです。
マジか。こんな量を見なきゃいけないのか。
そんな量を集めた情報部の苦労に報いろや。
これは舞ちゃんを誘って分担作業かな。
Nin casually opens the envelope and takes out a ton of photos in different sizes. That's a group picture. You even got one of those, huh? It seems that newly taken pictures come first. The group picture has about 30 people in it.
まあ、これを一つ一つ
30?
するのは
That's a lot of people
俺
in
そ
one
うだわ
picture.
な。
It's like a class photo.
そこまで顔の広い人ではないようなので、親しい人と限りますとかなり量は減ります。
First goal.
Nice!
All the pictures need checking in case the fake guy is one of them. I assume that's the point.
いや、これ骨どころか折り紙を折ってる暇もないぞ。俺があったのこいつだし。
Dean points at a man in the picture on top of the pile. The man is standing at a distance from the others, staring at the camera lens with an emotionless expression. Are you sure it's him?
間違いない。必要なら舞ちゃんと愉快な仲間たちにもチェックしてもらうよ。
Way to go, Dean. Who would have thought we would reach the man this soon? All we need to do is find this man and have him come clean about his disguise as Sojima.
やれやれ困りましたね。
Oh no. What's wrong with you two? You're both frowning.
そりゃこんな表情にもなるぜ。この野郎。随分と引っかき回してくれるじゃねえの。
Even Pops looks irritated at the figure in the picture. Is there some problem with that person?
大あり食いだよ。
その男の名前は田村。
Oh, we know who he is.
副島氏の元同僚で行方不明になっているはずの所有者の一人
Oh! God damn it! He's one of the missing owners of the doll? Oh, that's not good.
いらっしゃいませ
Hi! Sorry I'm late. A lot of things happen over there.
失礼します。
あ、柏場さんもいらっしゃったんですね。
先日はお世話になりました。
いえいえ、柏場さんは乗客ですから。
Is that so?
ええ、私自身は物理に縁がありませんが、茜さんへのプレゼントを買いに
Don't just randomly drop a name on me.
よ、仲良しパートナー。
今日は何も買いませんが。
とんだ豚野郎ですね。
You can't say that to one of your most important customers, Nanashi.
やだな、お茶目なセールストークですって。
Who would think of it as a sales pitch? The kind of pure verbal abuse will get you the guilty verdict when put on trial.
ところで、ユウさん。
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a look in on his talk too.
ユウさんがそういうのであれば、何の問題もありませんよ。少しややこしい話になるので、時系列順に説明させていただきますね。
Okay.
写真を見せてもらってすぐに、僕はこの人形の作者に思い至りました。この作者や作品がその道では知る人ぞ知るものだったからです。作者の名前は三山セミマル。
A doll maker who flourished about 100 years ago, the unique feature of his works has enchanted some people and turned them into rabid fans since from the beginning of his career to present day. However, also because of that unique feature, he could not produce that many dolls during his lifetime. You're gonna sleep a bit, Sia? Okay, get some rest. Punch COVID. Punch COVID in the face.
100年ほど昔に県内の内陸部で創作活動を行っていた人物です。
最初から全ての所有者を追跡するのは不可能だったのかもしれませんね。
100 years. If the doll started what it's doing now from the moment when it was born, the number of victims would be frightening. No, if there's a mastermind behind it, the age of the doll doesn't necessarily match the history of the case.
お二人はおそらくこの人形の周囲でいつから例の失踪が続いているかを気にしてらっしゃるでしょうが、僕の導き出した結論では人形が作られた当初、ほぼ100年前からです。
That's the worst case scenario.
単純に今判明している被害の5倍だとすると行方不明者は300人を超えますね。
ユウさん、人の店で殺気を振りまかないでください。
Sorry.
話を続けますが、三山氏の作った作品はセミマル人形と呼ばれ、ある特徴を持つことで知られています。その特徴とは限りなく人に似せて作られているということです。
So they're all that big?
話の腰を折るようで申し訳ないのですが、人形
おっしゃる通りですが、三山氏の執念はそんな軽いものではありません。彼は人そのものを作ろうとしていたのではないか、そう言われています。そしてその強すぎる執念で自らの心までも壊してしまったと。
Oh, thank you for the everything.
自らを壊すほどの思いとはまるで我々のようですね。
I'm not sure why, but I have this bad hunch that is growing stronger as Nanashi goes on.
彼は当時まだ完成を見せていない球体関節の概念を
Oh,
独
ball
自に
joints.
作り上げています。
No! Don't talk about ball-jointed dolls. I was already crying about them last weekend. Ball joints.
人形の関節を人のように曲げたりできるようにする仕組みだと思ってくだ
Ball
さい。
joints are the reason why expensive dolls are expensive in the first place, because of the movement they allow and the way you can pose them. A Barbie plastic doll is not any more expensive than it usually would be as a Barbie doll, because it has its one pose that it's in, and that's it. That's the mold, and the plastic gets made with, and that's that. And the ball joints allow you to pose, depending on how complicated and how many there are, they allow you to do many different poses with dolls. Oh, thank you for the posture check. I really want to, like, I'm trying to find people who do custom face-ups because I do not trust myself for trying something like that, like, on my own. And then I want to build a newer doll, but money. Money. It's a good thing I never got into those dolls when I was younger because they're so fucking expensive.
見た目だけではなく仕組み的にも人に近づけようとしていたということですね。
ですです。その見た目のこだわりも尋常じゃないんですけどね。そして彼女は間違いなくセミマルの作品です。
But not entirely, right?
しかもおそらくは最後の作品、遺作です。
Huh?
それだけの人物が最後に作った作品ですか。
That sounds very shady. If he'd lost his mind to finish a doll, it wouldn't be surprising at all for it to have turned into a material variant. I mean, it'd make more sense to consider it to have some kind of power.
きな臭いなんてとんでもない。彼女はとても素晴らしい存在ですよ。そもそもセミマルの未発見の作品というだけでもすごい価値だというのに、この写真を見てください。これは70年前の持ち主が撮った当時の彼女の写真です。
Following his instruction, I leveled my eyes at the picture. Eh? Wait a second, what is this?
これは
Are you sure this is that doll?
間違いなく。
But see, this looks much smaller than it currently is. It looks almost half the size it is at the moment.
誰かがサイズの調整を行ったということですか。
いえいえ、人形に明るいものであればそういった行為をすることはないと思います。次にもう一枚。こちらは40
You
年
tell
前
me
の
she
彼
has
女の
grown
姿
over
になります。
time. The size of the doll in it looks somewhere in between the present and 70 years ago. I've had enough clues to figure out what Nanashi is trying to get across to me.
つまりですよ。あの人形は まるで人間
Oh,
の
that
よう
is
に
fucked
成
up.
長していると。
です何らかの力で自然に成長しているのか、それとも彼女自身が自分の体を作り変えてそう見せているのかは不明ですが、彼女はね、ピュグマリオンの彫像なんです。
Excuse me? Okay. Well, that explains the weirdness about her being different size or something. Pygmalion. The fictional figure in the Greek mythos who works as a sculptor as well as king of the Cyprus island. While holding a sense of distrust toward women, he carved a statue of his ideal woman based on a goddess and then fell in love with it. He shared a bath with her and gave her flowers just like a man does to a woman. He cried out for being unable to establish any emotional bond with her. The goddess could not stand seeing him that way, and she gave the statue life with the name of Galatea. Pygmalion at last got together with his ideal woman. Okay. Sure.
ギリシャ神話に登場する自らが作った彫像に心を寄せた男のこと。
神話では男の思いに応える形で神が彫像に命を与えるんです。
Oh, so you think it's the same case here? Nanashi, you think that doll has become a human being now?
正しくは人間のように振る舞おうとしている物理だと考えています。人形として生まれたからにはやはり人形でしかありませんから。
人間のふりをする人形。
こう考えるといろいろと辻褄が合うんです。
Makes much more sense for what?
最初の相談の時に僕はユウさんから聞いた事件について人間臭いと
Ah,
話
so it
し
could
ました。
still only be the doll acting, but she's been trying to become more and more human for almost 100 years already, so...
人間臭くて当然ですよね。だって彼女は人間を目指して人間と同じように動こうとしてるんですから。
Hold on a second. You think the doll is responsible for this whole series of missing cases?
全てとは言いませんが、ほぼ彼女の仕業かと。そういう意味で最初にアドバイスした情報は半分正解で半分間違っていたというわけです。
The case smelling of a human culprit was right, but the case being caused by a human was wrong.
つまり私がまるで人と戦っているような感覚を受けたのも
But that's scary
彼
though.
女が人間のように振る舞おうとしていたから。
柏おばさん、彼女と戦ったんですか？
ええ、昨晩に逃げられてしまいましたが。
僕も会いたかったな。
It's not that I want to nitpick, but there are several things that I can't make sense of in this theory. Nanashi, your theory has left some things unclear to me.
私もユウさんと同じ意見ですね。人間のごとく振る舞おうという行動と所有者が行方不明であるということに
Very true, I do not see it either. That's right. Why kidnap people when you want to become human? That doesn't make any sense. I think there are more appropriate things that you should try to become more human, like walking under the sun or pretending to eat.
ややこしい話ですが、彼女にとって人間イコールそういう行動をするという概念があるのではないでしょうか。
どういうことですか？
彼女が人間になーれという思いを受けて物理として生まれたとします。その際に人間とはこれだっていうマニュアルが与えられたわけじゃない。で、いざ人間とは何かなとなった時に目の前にそのものがいるわけですよ。
And the doll would observe the human to copy their behavior, which means...
宮間氏の基本情報ですが、人間嫌いで有名な人物で他人との接触を極端に嫌ったそうです。そして完全に日が落ちてからしか外出することがなかっ
And that made the doll a complete shut-in?
た。ですです。
それでも人をさらうという部分が謎ですがね。
Maybe Miyama actually happened to be a vicious serial kidnapper?
そこまで極端かは分かりませんが、
Or
そういう
maybe
きっかけが彼女の
she
中にあ
herself
った
was
んだと思い
kidnapped.
ます。
Like because people were trying to get like his works and her being his last work, maybe she was kidnapped. But
問題は人形の身近にいた人間がどんな
もちろん宮間氏が犯罪者だなんて記録は残ってませんよ。そもそも宮間氏の人嫌いは深刻で 肉親を除いて話すことはおろか、近づかれることさえ嫌がったそうですから。
It's hard to imagine that someone like that would try to approach other people whatever the reason.
そもそも彼女を作ってからほどなくして深山氏
となると、彼女が人のサンプルとして捉えたのは制作者である深山氏だけではなかったのかもしれません。
The most likely answer would be the one who owned the doll after his death.
彼の家族や人形を作る作業場に顔を出していた誰かとも考える。
いずれにしても誰が彼女に影響を与えたのか、それが今回の件の一番の焦点になるのかと。
If we find out the doll's motive for kidnappings, we may be able to figure out when and how it does it, or what we should do about it. Someone who was deeply involved with the doll. The man named Tamura would be in that position at present. He used to own the doll and contacted Rin about it. The doll turning into a material variant 100 years ago and normally thinking it shouldn't have anything to do with him. Oh, yeah, okay, that sentence was over. Ah, yes. Are we thinking about our favorite main character again? Or are we doing something different for once? I made myself a bigger lunch than usual because I hadn't eaten much since last night. This is even worse than having no appetite. Just face the food and I'll stop moving my chopsticks in a second. Not only via text, I even talked to Amakawa on the phone. Remembering how his voice sounded through the phone makes my heart ache. The experience has dramatically changed how I look at Golden Week. The dull, boring holidays have turned into fabulous, memorable days. Actually, this series of lucky events takes a big weight off my mind. Usually my obsession with him spills out even if I try to suppress it, but I'm calm now, content with the progress I've made. I don't think I could be any luckier. And I'm sure I'm going to be able to spend the rest of the break without being distracted, thinking about what he's doing. Of course, I can't avoid missing him or feeling about him. Like, what is the point? Are there any other scenes, by the way? No, we've not even been to district yet. Interesting. It's like, we interrupt your funny, hey, a doll is killing people scheduled program to give you one horribly obsessed girl. Hey, thanks for coming over. I express my gratitude to the friend who came all the way here on such short notice.
気にすんなって、マジでちょうど駅前に来てたから。で、俺からのプレゼントにはご満足いただけた？
Well, that's one of the things I want to ask you about.
おろ、小川と気まずくなった？
No, that's not it. Well, I mean, thank you for that. You're the first person I've ever seen who says smirk when they're actually smirking.
つまり、呼び出された理由はあの雑貨屋の話ってことか？
Yeah, there's something I want you to check out, but it's something hard to send through email.
機密情報ってやつ。
Yeah, something like that.
やばい。映画の登場人物みたいだ。俺と天川。
Yeah, well, I'm not a spy though. Also, I don't want to get Minamikawa in any trouble by having him possess that image data. Is this the man you saw arguing with the shop manager? I show him the picture of Tamura. I don't have any particular reason except that both Tamura and the man Minamikawa said he'd seen were wearing suits. Still, I thought it'd be worth confirming considering how often I hear the names Tamura and Soejima during my investigation. I might just be overthinking it, or...
この人だな。雑貨屋とやり合ってたのは。
I was right. I've had this feeling that he's been trying to let us to disobey us witness him. But now I can tell it is his purpose, and he's one of the main figures in this case. Are you sure?
ないない。だってなんか独特な雰囲気じゃね？あの時も雑貨屋が顔を真っ赤にして怒ってるのに、男の方はしれーっとしてたし。
Did the manager seem that intense to you?
ちょい遠かったから会話は聞こえなかったけどさ。ただ怒ってるっていうよりは、雑貨屋の方が一方的に噛みついてるって印象だったな。だからそこまでのトラブルじゃないって感じだからさ。
Judging from Minamikawa's perspective, the fight between the two men wasn't that severe.
あれだ。大型犬に小型犬が一生懸命吠えてる。
Why are those keywords? The angry shop manager against the mysterious man who fended off his complaints. Given the shop manager's injury and Tamura's suspicious activities after the fight, what Minamikawa witnessed could be of much help in solving the case. Thanks. Please make sure you don't tell anyone about this. Also, no more searching for the doll. If you see anything like that, just stay away from it. I'm not threatening you, I'm just worried about your safety. After the initial theory on the doll, I can't underestimate the danger it poses.
俺って結構大事な場面を見てたってこと？
Might have been.
これが映画ならそう言われつつも人形を見つける俺天川にいいところを見せようと人形に近づく
And then because this is a game and not a movie, you would die. Somewhere off screen where no one notices.
そして命を落とす俺天川の怒りが爆発ってパターンじゃん泣けるやつじゃん
Please don't let any of that happen.
安心しなって友達の忠告を無視するほどバカじゃないから
I'm sorry about that, even though I'm the one who asked you for assistance.
いや頼んだの俺だし天川の反応を見る限り力に仕事の方もプライベートの方もな
He's right about both, although I decided not to answer the question because I'm surprised and annoyed by it. By the way, you said you were looking for some antique, didn't you?
まあゆるゆる
I could help you with it, because for my job I sometimes visit places that not many people go to.
そうか俺じゃ探せないルートも天川なら頼めるか
I mean, it's just looking like having my eyes open, it's okay. Of course. I thought he would refuse my offer because he really cares about his supposed debt to me. He must really want to get his hands on this. What is it you're looking for?
懐中時計だ
That's kinda cool.
しかも懐中時計なら何でも OK ってわけじゃなくて特定のものを探してるスイス製で手巻き式50年くらい前に作られた真鍮製のものだ
Got any pictures of it?
それがさ実物を何回も見たことがあるんだけど写真には残してないんだよな
That leaves me no choice but trusting my own eyes, but I can't tell how old the clock might be or what it could be made of.
だよな天川そういうのうとそうだ
Hey. I might not notice difficult things, but I think I can at least keep an eye out for pocket watches. And if I run into something that looks right, I'll take a picture of it and show it to you. How's that sound?
それだけでもすっげえ助かる
Maybe I can ask Nanashi about this after the case was closed. Without any pictures of the target, it'd be hard for him to find it. It would probably be better and faster to have him collect clues about similar watches in the long term. And it'd make the cost pretty hefty. But it won't be a problem, as long as it's for Minamikawa. He says he owes me, but I said the opposite. I can live my life like this because of him. Oh, really? I'm walking around to see the clothes that I wanted to see the other day but couldn't due to lack of time. But I can't help stopping here. This movie theater reminds me of the two children. When I think back on it, I feel like my luck turned for the better since I met them. Maybe there were two cupids in disguise who landed here on Earth to bring me good fortune? No. I know I'm not romantic like that, but seeing them was an event that's striking. Maybe I could hear the voices if I tried to...
ああソフトクリームの姉ちゃんこんにちはって本物だ
Oh, hey, she gets some voiced lines.
本物って何が
I'm utterly surprised that I actually saw them like this. Even if they live in the same district as me, I thought it was hardly likely to see them again like this, considering the city's relatively large population and that I rarely go out.
ごめんね二人と会ったことを思い出してた時に二人から声をかけられてびっくりして私たちもお姉さんのことを話してましただよなそしたらここに立ってたから超びっくりした今日も二人で遊びに来たの今日は習い事
Private lessons.
習い事ですお休みなのに大変だねこれからもう終わってその帰り道それで寄り道してここのソフトクリーム食べようって
I mean, yeah. Technically, you can walk into a cinema and like just get something to eat there, right? You don't necessarily have to go watch a movie. You could just get something to eat. And this is one of those theaters that only lets you in with like a ticket, but I've seen movie theaters where you can just walk in and you can you like have access to the food area, where you can buy food without having a ticket.
にしし寄り道デートってやつ。つんくんいい感じに今日もおませだね。
Our first meeting was so unusual, I thought I might have had the way I remembered some things about them wrong. But it's just like I remember. They still somewhat resemble Amakawa.
ソフトクリームの姉ちゃんはさ、ここで何してんの？
That's because one of them is his flesh and blood sister, and the other one is just a dude he hangs out with. Lots and lots every week.
私はブラブラーっと。ってその呼び方はどうにかならない？ソフトクリームを一回ご馳走しただけでその名前はちょっとなーって。でも俺たち姉ちゃんと映画見て。
Okay, but I know your name, so I could just give you my name and then you call me by my name.
お姉さんのお名前は？そうだ、きちんと名前を教えてなかったよね。私の名前は小川千春。小川ってどこかで聞いた気が。私も珍しい名前じゃないから学校にもいるのかもね。
It's a common name.
そういう感じじゃなくて。あ、昨日の電話だ。そっか。
It sounds like you got a call from an Ogawa. Not surprised there. Like I said, my last name is pretty common. No.
しずくちゃんとじゅんくんも名字を教えてくれる？
I might not see them again, but I want to know their full names. They're like four-leaf clovers to me.
俺の名前は坂本純。天川しずくです。しずくちゃん、天川って言った？はい。
Amakawa said he had a little sister.
かっこいいよな。日本でも何人かしかいない名前なんだってさ。私は坂本ってかっこいいと思う。にしし、ありがとな。ごめん、二人ともおませな感じなところ悪いんだけど、二人が言うお兄さんの名前ってさ、もしかしてユウって名前？お兄ちゃんの名前はユウです。勇気のユウ？そうそう。姉ちゃん、兄ちゃんのこと知ってんの？
I don't believe this is happening. My heartbeat's just getting faster and faster. These two children's approachability and atmosphere, I was right about them.
二人とも
I just don't know what to say, but I can at least tell that today is going to be one of the most important days in my whole
時
life.
間があるなら、この前とは別の場所で一緒にソフトクリーム食べない？
She's only a little excited. You cannot hear it at all in her voice. She's very calm. Tamuna, a man who used to own the doll, is still alive. Based on that info from the disobeyers, they and their partners in the police have completely switched their focus onto capturing this man and the doll. Azuma doesn't have any objection to the change. Basically, they're trying to get into the eye of the storm in order to find out how big the storm is and how it started. Azuma considered the change of course to be acceptable and knew everyone would agree to follow it. He then decided that he should take a different direction to examine something else. Ever since he got involved in the shop manager's case, he had the strong feeling that the case makes little sense. While the manager is becoming less important to the other investigators, he's still willing to stick with him. Being not attentive, he has been able to come up with a possibility when hearing about Soejima. And it has all become clear after going through a certain video that the city provided the police with. Since the police have a pretty good idea of when exactly the assault happened, he was easily able to extract it from the video. It had been in a blind spot. In order to seek out the assailant, the police, in the initial phase of his investigation, acquired footage recorded with one of the security cameras set in the park. And they should have tried to pick out someone carrying a cut arm or someone carrying a bag or case capable of storing it. In fact, they only paid attention to the person who abandoned the arm there. Of course, there's nothing wrong with that approach. However, they confirmed that nothing that appeared to be the culprit could be seen in any of the footage. In the end, the police concluded that the footage was no use because the park was so large that you could come in and out from practically anywhere other than the main gate. In other words, they let go of all those in the videos who'd entered the park empty-handed. The footage in question was recorded an hour before the discovery of the abandoned arm. It shows a man who sprinted to the park. It's obvious he's not out for a jog since he's wearing a suit. Unfortunately, the resolution of the footage is too bad to make out if that man is Tamona or not. But it doesn't matter to Azuma as long as it looks like him. during his investigation with you the other day, you reported what it was like in the area where the arm had been found. How badly the nearby bush and ground were messed up. Azuma has put those clues together and turned his theory into a conclusion. He hesitates. He knows he's supposed to share this with the other investigators, but it will probably end up leading them down the wrong path. But then again, keeping it to himself can lead to the worst outcome. After consideration, he decides to tell everything only to the boy named Amakawa Yu, instead of the organization that he belongs to or the other organization they're working with. It's not because of the boy's position or abilities, but because Azuma has faith in how the boy follows his own mind. Okay. I like that it was both times called an organization, even though we know that one organization is just the fucking police. Nothing else. You could have just said he didn't tell anyone to his police colleagues or the organization that Yu is working for.
俺にはどうしてもわからないんだけど、どうして自称副島は俺に接触してきたんだ?
The two men are working on a riddle, each of them enjoying a mini parfait. The bigger man, who usually avoids snacks like this, is now enjoying whipped cream for the first time in a year, along with Suzunari.
悪者なら事件をばらすような話をするとも思えないし、助けを求めてるっていうならもっと必死なはずだろ?
副島という人の行方不明の真相を探ろうとしているとか、わざわざ偽名として使用しているくらいだから、副島という名前にも意味を持たせていたんじゃないですか?
ありえるね。
If he just wanted to know the truth, he would have probably asked the police, the mass media, or private detectives for help. But Suzunari heard Tamura say in person that he was confident that Varian was behind all this.
ただな、田村ってやつが副島って人物のために動くとは考えづらいんよ。
Tamura and Suejima were on bad terms with each other, just like the other owners and the missing people familiar with them.
マジで仲が悪かったみたいなんだよ。パワハラってやつかね。副島は田村ってやつの上司に当たるんだけど、かなりきつく当たってたみたいでさ。副島が行方不明になった時に、田村も何らかの形で関わってるんじゃないかと警察から事情を聞かれてるくらいだ。
Why would anyone lie about his identity to find out the truth about someone he hates, even knowing a Varian's involvement?
ブラックなんとかってやつっすか。俺は職場に恵まれて本当感謝です。
オッケー、まえちゃん。今日の体型は素敵な雇い主のおごりだよ。
あざっす。そのお礼として情報を一つ。
まえちゃんは本当に仕事が早いね。
This is the second time he's getting some food for free. Tsunade exclaims in admiration at his
いや、
employee.
俺じゃなく周囲が積極的に動いてくれてて、昔の自分と重ねてマジで田村って人を心配してるんすよ。偽名を使うくらいだからやばい生活してるんじゃないかって。
Even though Suzunari didn't even know Ma had such friends before this case, he's now eager to meet them. Every time Ma talks about them, Suzunari learns more and more clearly how kind they
本
are.
当に人がいいね。
Hi, Zangi!
友達も
Good evening! I'm fine, how about you? I hope you're good.
俺はさておき、みんな気のいいやつですよ。ただ、田村さんについてはそれだけじゃないと思います。
We're trying to understand why there seems to be a doll running around killing people. How's your evening been?
どういう？
なんていうか、悪い人じゃないと思うんですよね。不器用な感じだし、面白く返事もしてくれませんが、じっくりこっちの目を見て話を聞いてくれます。自分から人の輪にも入らないけど、それは人を嫌ってるとかじゃなくて、
Maybe
なん
he's
か
just an
曖
introvert.
昧な表現しかできなくて申し訳ないっす。
悪い人じゃない。まえちゃんが言うと思う。
I get the whole not actively taking a part in conversation though. Like when you're in a group, I also like to just sit back and listen to what everyone else is saying. I don't have to be talking all the time, which is a difference to being on stream, obviously, because on stream, if I'm not talking, who else is doing the talking? But when you're actually sitting in a group, it's like I don't want to be the one to entertain the entire table. Oh, where'd my game go? There it is. A thought comes to Suzunari. Due to his first impressions of him, Suzunari's been thinking of Tamura as a real wax sculpture, as one of the central elements of the case. However, as long as he's human, he should have some emotion in him. He must be just another person who's driven by his own thoughts and will. He's been working on a case theoretically, but maybe he should take a closer look at his urges or passions as a human being. In fact, finding out the emotions hidden under his poker face may be the quickest way to the heart of the case. Before dinner, I'm sitting deep in thought about the case, particularly the intel I got from Azuma earlier, when my siblings charged into the room with excited expressions.
ごめんな兄ちゃん。
ごめんなさい。
What's this about all of a sudden?
俺たちさ買収されちゃったんだ。
美味しかったの。
Excuse me? Sounds like someone bought them some food. By who and what for?
それは言えないんだ。買収されたことは言ってもいいけど、
Oh, no.
誰にされたかは言わない約束だから。
でもね、お兄ちゃんの友達だから大丈夫だよ。
He only has so little friends. He's gonna find out sooner or later anyway. Ah, now I get it. It seems to hang over someone from the Disobeyers again. Nope, nope, I have several people in mind who like to do that kind of thing. Rin and Kuri or maybe Akane. Kashiwaba Rokuru's female partner working for the intelligence department. Junishizuku called her doll lady because of her quite unique fashion sense. We're never going to see her. She probably doesn't have a sprite. Sad.
これからたまに兄ちゃんの情報をスパイするかもしれないけど、よ
Aha.
ろしく。
Oh, okay.
任務だから。
Okay. They bought you off because they want to learn about me?
そう、兄ちゃんの情報をいろいろと手に入れるんだ。
丸裸なの。
Don't take things that are too personal, please. Who would want to know about my personal life? I can't think of anyone.
にしし。兄ちゃん、俺たち兄ちゃんのためを思ってこうするんだぜ。
お兄ちゃん喜んでくれると思う。
Wait, I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
楽しくなりそうだな。
楽しくなるよね。
You can't sell your brother's personal information just for fun. What on earth is going on here? You can't sell it just for fun. You can sell it for profit, though. If you are going to give me a share. Ha ha ha. After dinner to clear up my thoughts on the case, I go through the files provided by the intelligence department. According to Roko's feedback, the weight of the doll should be between 25 and 30 kilograms. It's made of hard wood and some metal seems to be used for its core. The puzzle is that the axe-like weapon the doll was armed with should weigh more than the doll itself based on the scrapes on the road surface and the weapon's slashing sounds. In most cases, somebody with a weight of 16 kilograms can comfortably swing around a weapon that weighs as much as they do. Either the doll has strong arms or... Things have been changing, but the targets that we need to chase after remain the same. The man named Tamura and the doll, I think I'll sort out what I've learned about them so far. Aha! Yeah, rising mode! Okay. Rin saw a photo of Sojima. Who did he say it was? Tamura. What does Nanashi identify the doll as? A human-like... Oh. Oh god. This one, the material variant. Trying to be human. And according to Mina Mikawa, who is the shop manager arguing with, also Tamura. Yeah, complete reasoning, yes. I just realized that I've been able to keep my mind well under control for the last few days, despite how terrible the case is and how many victims there have been so far. Unoccupied by emotions towards the variant, my mind still has some room left to think about my regular life. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to sit back and reason like this. And I know why, although I'll pass on talking about it now. There's no need to bring a pretty flower into a crimson battlefield. What? My guy, you are the main character. You literally need to share your inner thoughts. How else am I going to understand what you're saying? S-Rank Scenario 4, the origin and motive. Nanashi purposefully didn't tell you everything during today's discussion. If it had just been Kashiwaba, he would have, but he couldn't tell you specifically. He's not underestimating or plotting against him. In fact, everyone in the area involved with this profession respects him. Nanashi likewise has faith in his character and powers, and that is precisely what led him to hold his tongue. As an official excuse, Nanashi would say that his theories still lack conclusive evidence. But the truth is different. Nanashi decided that telling him everything would have infuriated him to the point that no one could stop him. You wouldn't just put a stop to the doll as a material variant, he'd annihilate it entirely. It's not because she's one of the Semimaru's invaluable works. Nanashi simply concluded that he can't let that be her story's epilogue, given how she was born and how she has spent her life. It's only for her sake. But nonetheless, he can't keep things like this secret forever either. The intelligence department will figure it out sooner or later. Nanashi isn't interested in other people, and he isn't too diplomatic either. He's known for a shrewd business acumen, but the truth is that's the only way he can act. Still, he has committed himself to leading this story of hers to its correct ending. The first thing he has to accomplish requires the intelligence department's assistance. Carefully pondering how to approach them, he picks up the phone. Wow, that didn't tell us anything. Achievement unlocked, middle schooler's caution. Okay. I haven't been good at being around people ever since I was a kid. Instead, I love spending my time reading or listening to music. I know I'm not a misanthrope. How do you actually say it though? A misanthrope or a misanthropy? I love when someone tells a joke and I have types of women that I like. I just don't know how I'm supposed to express my feelings. People say that it's hard to tell what I'm thinking and I'm not a good conversationalist. I call myself a coward. Probably all of those descriptions are correct. My parents passed away when I was little and that probably influenced who I am today. Still, I'm sure this is how I was born because I know I was like this even before I lost them. And by necessity, I've had few friends. I wish I were insensitive about my surroundings, fitting of my shyness and clumsiness, but I'm more sensitive to pain and happiness than most. I was torn between my real self and ideal self. No matter how hard I tried, the gap grew wider every year. It was when I was 12 years old that I realized that I couldn't ever become one of those manga or anime protagonists. I still clearly remember hearing a life-changing phrase during the literature class that I first took in junior high school. It was part of the teacher's random talk, which I'm pretty sure he doesn't remember anymore. Have just one thing that you can be proud of and your life will be much better. When I heard those words, I felt like I was given a revelation. It sounded like salvation to me back then. I realized that even if you were too clumsy to get what you wanted, there was a way to live a life where you could proudly stick out your chest. Having faith in that statement, I devoted myself to academics and club activities. I gradually improved my skills. It was awkward and slow, but I could feel that I was actually moving forward. My grades and records proved that it was not just a sense of self-satisfaction, but I learned something when I was starting to feel like I was proud of myself. All I had was what I'd see as the result of accumulation. Those great at academics, those excellent at talking, those who can run fast. My teacher had said the right thing. Many people and smiles could be seen around those who had something to be proud of, except myself. Everything has an exception, and I guess I happened to be one. When I was 22 years old, I graduated from college with financial support from remote relatives and left my hometown. I was anxious about my new life in the city, but I also had hope that I might be able to turn myself into someone completely different because there was nobody who knew me there. I wouldn't care if people didn't shower me with smiles, as long as I could have a few friends or family who could understand me and whom I could understand. I was still possessed with such a fragile dream. I failed to settle down in the workplace, just like every community that I'd belonged to before. I learned that the communication skills I lacked were even more important at work. I even attended a workshop to make up for it. But what I got there was the most hilarious story of my entire life. I couldn't get along with a single person even there. I also tried seeing mental health counselors and therapists. Having spent a considerable amount of my time and money, I eventually surrendered to the fact that this is the way I am, no more and no less, and it's impossible to change. I'm just a no-nonsense, boring man, unable to sway anyone's life in any way. That is how the man named Tamada is. 10 years have passed since that literature class in junior high, and I've given up on my life in a certain way. My home, the workplace, a bento shop serving great homemade dishes, a convenience store by the station, a rental video shop run by a well-known chain. These 5 places have been my whole life since the 5th year of my career. Even then, the patience and tenacity that I'd acquired over years helped me keep going. Yet, my mind was fraying little by little, living my joyless life and foreseeing my hopeless future. My philosophy that had been supporting my life ever since I was a child, like a backbone, was on the verge of fracturing. No matter how much I bettered myself or what excellent results I achieved, my mind grew hollower and emptier. I'd realized the truth all along. People don't feel proud of you because you have something to be proud of. You feel proud of something that you have because people feel proud of you. Hence, nobody will ever feel proud of me unless I establish a relationship with other people. Still, I believe I have no regrets when I look back on my past. My life has been nothing to be proud of, but nothing to be ashamed of either. That's the way I believe I've made it through so far. I've tried not to be jealous of what others have and not let myself fall into despair. Despite all that, I ended up bumping into it. That devil that I wasn't ever supposed to let into my life. Also, he's not inherently a bad guy. Question mark? You both know that, don't you? On my way back to my room after breakfast, the two of them apprehended me, and they threw a series of personal questions at me. I feel like I'm under interrogation. Is this to do with the bribe from yesterday? My tastes, not my weak points. Loko might want to know my weak points, or his partner Akane might try to find out on his behalf. Actually, each and every one of the disobeyers I work with is so crazy in some way the culprit could be anyone. Rice omelette. Who in the world would want to know that? Dogs. Seriously, what's this all about? The culprit can just ask me directly. I wouldn't mind answering questions of this kind. That many? What's the original request? Wait a second, where did that spy thing come from? Man, I literally have no idea what's going on here. That is a good mood. I can't imagine any of those I thought of so far saying they want to get along with them better. That's some question. This has got to be something a woman would ask, I figure. But every female coworker has a partner and they're all on pretty good terms. Could it be a guy? No. Oh, come on. You gave me at least 2 characters already who don't look very gender conforming, so don't pull a fucking ew. A guy could be interested in me romantically. Ooh, homophobia on me. I'm not quite sure about shapes and stuff, but I think I like long hair. Wait, why am I being so honest? I won't tell them who I thought of when I answered the question. Well, I'm glad to see you two having fun. Since it's a long-awaited break, I think I'll play along as it brings a smile to these two faces. That's true. As long as it makes those two happy, it's worth it. I dropped by Nanashi though on my way to a meetup with Azuma. Nanashi, good morning. Maybe some other time. I was at the noodle graveyard earlier this morning and they were working on this Tamura guy. I've no chance to show myself off when it comes to finding or catching someone. No, Nanashi, you really aren't paying any attention to the case itself, huh? They found out that he's still alive and living under a rock somewhere in town. It doesn't seem so. He lost both of his parents when he was little and he had 0 relatives or friends who he was closely connected with. Yeah. Actually, the intelligence department is having a rather hard time tracking him down because he's erased all possible traces such as his residence registry, credit cards, or bank accounts. Are you sure you want to share it with me? Now that you should know the identity of the doll, I don't think you get anything out of helping me out. He seems willing to continue to be of assistance for us. Oh no. That depends on what you want. I wish I could say yes right away, but an easy answer may cost me an overwhelming price.
この一件が終わった時に問題の人形をうちで引き取らせていただければと。
Are you not gonna make me buy something expensive?
ユウさんは僕を何だと思ってるんですか？
The guy who wants to sell me half a shop every time I step a foot in here? I'd have to ask who he thinks he is. The doll might not be a material of Orion anymore by then. Are you okay with that?
もちろんです。今回の件で彼女が物理のままでいられるとは思ってませんよ。
You got it. I'll pass this along to Pops.
僕から提案しておいてなんですが、いいんですか？
I guess you'd most likely get your hands on a doll even without this deal of ours. I'd say that's a reasonable counter value to have until the case is closed.
そういう意味じゃないのですが、まあそれでは追加での契約成立ということで。
So what's the new thing you got?
彼女の周辺で例の現象が起こり始めた時期についてです。
Ah, when was it?
三山氏が死亡した後、彼の数少ない知り合いであった別の職人が彼女を引き取ったことが判明したのですが、その人物は人形を引き取った1年後に行方不明になっています。
So it started happening nearly 100 years ago. That's the worst case scenario we had in mind. Now it's obvious that there's a 3-digit number of victims.
つまり彼女のバイブルとして彼女に大きな影響を与えることができた人物は2人ということになるかと。
Yeah, that's right. If that's the beginning of the phenomenon, that must be when the doll built up its mechanism. I'm interested to know more about Semimaru, but that artist who was the second owner of the doll, what kind of person was he?
お話しした通りに三山氏と交流を持っていた数少ない人物で、彼の腕を高く買っていた人物です。また彼自身は人付き合いが苦手な人物であり、非常に腕のいい職人として知られていた。
Just like Miyama, huh? And both of them later became famous enough to leave their names in books and rumors and to have some people like us research about them. Was he a doll artist too?
いいえ、人形を引き取った人物はさまざまな古道具、特に家具なんかを修理する職人だったようです。
I didn't know that sort of job existed.
昔は特に家具なんかはいいものをバーンと買って何代にもわたって使用するのが当たり前でしたから。
The series of disappearances started with the second owner. In just what way did those two artists influence the doll? That's a good question. Oh! I feel really delighted to see the girl animatedly explaining to me with her twin tail swaying. The two children seem to have a good sense of money because they stubbornly refused my offer to pay for the food last time. The grown-ups around them must be raising them well. So I had to make a deal. I treat them to food and they tell me what they know about their brother. And they brought me so much information that I almost feel like I'm ripping them off.
他にもたくさん聞いてきた。
20個聞いてきたの。
すっごくたくさん聞いてくれたんだね。本当はさ、50個くらい聞きたかったんだけど、兄ちゃんに途中で逃げられた。
Well, it's one thing to ask him 20 questions, but to also remember every single thing?
お姉ちゃんも50個は多いと思うな。
Amakawa might have felt somewhat suspicious about the questioning, but it wouldn't hurt me at all even if he finds out the truth. To be honest, I'd love to see how he reacts when he learns about me and these kids.
それにしてもさ、兄ちゃんがいつも話してるクラスメートって姉ちゃんのことだったんだな。
驚いたね。
私も弟さんと妹さんの話を何度も聞いたことあるよ。
That's why I thought he was the oldest brother among 3 siblings until yesterday. And that's why I didn't even imagine these two might be related to Amakawa, even though their atmosphere reminded me of him.
しし、俺は本当の弟じゃないけどさ。
You kind of are.
弟だってお兄ちゃんいつも言ってるよ。
そうするとさ、俺と雫は本当の兄弟になっちゃうけど。
それは困っちゃうかも。
お姉ちゃんはさ、もうそれぐらいの重さじゃ驚かないよ。焦らなくても一緒の戸籍になるわけだしさ。
ジュン君。
ごめん、お姉ちゃんすっごい驚いてる。
Okay.
にしし。
にしし。
Ever since I learned they were Amakawa siblings, though technically Jun isn't blood related, the way I look at them has changed massively. The saying goes, he that would the daughter win must win the mother first, and I kind of want to follow that. But speaking more fundamentally, I've made it over one of the walls between me and him. It feels like monochrome footage got suddenly colorized.
それでさ、兄ちゃんって俺たちのことをなんて話してるの？
知りたいね。
いろいろお話ししてくれるんだけど、しずくちゃんは甘いものと本が好きで、とっても可愛らしいって。じゅんくんはテレビのヒーロー番組が大好きで、元気いっぱいで優しいって言ってたかな。
おお、合ってる合ってる。
かわいいって。恥ずかしい。
だって可愛いじゃん。な。
She is.
とっても可愛い。天川くんはさ、私のことなんて話してるの？
I'm a little scared to hear this, but I'm too curious to resist.
さ、学校で友達が面白い話を教えてくれたとか。
お友達に本とか映画を勧められたって。
友達ってことは私とは限らないかな。
At least we do recommend stuff to each other now and then.
絶対姉ちゃんのことだって。
お姉ちゃんだよね。
そうなの？
It could just as well be Minamikawa or Watanabe or someone from outside of school that I don't even know about.
お兄ちゃんがね、中学校からずーっと一緒のクラスで一番仲がいい人がいるって。
その人が貸してくれたんだって。楽しそうに漫画読んだり音楽聴いたりしてるもんな。
それでその人は女の人だ。
Yeah, it can only be her.
俺たちよくからかうもんな。
だからお姉ちゃんかな。
姉ちゃんさ、昨日兄ちゃんと中学校からずっと同じクラスだって言ってたし。
His closest friend part makes me so happy I almost faint.
私の記憶だと天川くんと中学からずっと一緒のクラスなのは私だけだと思う。
やっぱり姉ちゃんなんだって。
私がね、髪伸ばしたいって言ったら、友達も髪が長くて綺麗なんだよって言ってたの。
もう間違い
Long
ない
hair
な。
is such a pain to maintain though.
間違いないのかな。
Yeah, I can totally tell. I'm the only one who matches all those descriptions.
そっか。そっか。
Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind if I stick to this topic. I need to hold myself back until I'm home or else I'll annoy Shizuku and Jun.
どうしたの？
お姉ちゃん？
ごめんね、ちょっと深呼吸。さ、このまま立ってると疲れちゃうし、みんなの迷惑になるし、そろそろどこかに移動しない？
オッケー。昼は家で食べるからあんまり遠くには行けないけどさ。
どこに行くの？
じゃあ。
To these two children, I could be nothing more than a classmate who's close to their brother, but to me, they're not just an ordinary boy and girl anymore. Also, I can tell how important they are to Amakawa based on everything he said about
美味
them.
しいパンケーキのお店に行かない？3人で分けて食べたらお昼ご飯も大丈夫でしょ？
賛成。姉ちゃんさ、しずくってすっげえパンケーキ好きなんだ。
本当はお兄ちゃんから聞いて知ってたんだ。
なんだ
そのお店でさ、2人のことをたくさん聞かせてほしいな。
俺たち？
私たち？
兄ちゃんじゃなくて？
そう、2人とも仲良くなりたいから。
Although I'm not sure I'll be able to become anyone special to them, they're already special to me. That's cute. When her stuff is not only about her thinking about you, but also interacting with even if this is technically also just interacting with the siblings to end up closer to you. On the other hand, it feels a little deeper than the rest of her personality.
知ってるか少年。コアラっていうのは1日のうち20時間近く寝たり休んだりしてだらーっと過
Man,
ごすらしい。
I wish I could do that.
俺はな、今すぐコアラになりたいんだ。
Mood! Maybe we should take some paid vacation after this case.
それもいいかもな。
It doesn't sound like he's actually going to.
昨日の公演からの情報は役に立ったかい？
I still can't fully make sense of it, but if you're right about it, this Tamura guy is...
まだどういう意図かまではわからないがな。少年たちの調査力を考えると遠からず田村という男を捕捉することができるだろう。
Now that we've got a picture of him, it's just a matter of time.
その時のカードの1枚として使うといいさ。
You're not gonna meet him? Azuma's the most dependable man I know when it comes to questioning. If he doesn't mind, I'd like him to meet the self-proclaimed Sojima and see through his true intentions.
俺の本命を狙って動くさ。
Who's your target?
雑貨屋の二川だよ。
Why him now? He's still in the hospital and I doubt he's a key figure in this case.
彼の周辺では人形を所有して以降、7人が行方不明になっている。
7 people? That's quite a lot. I think that's the biggest number of people who disappeared around one owner out of the whole list.
人数も問題だが、それよりも問題なのは、この7人のうち雑貨屋に来たことがあるのは2人だけということだ。
No surprise because I hated him.
その2人もバックヤードにまでは足を踏み入れたことはない。つまり人形と被害者たちは直接的な面識はないんだ。
His use of the word victims doesn't escape my notice. That's what he's concluded from his investigation.
もし一連の事件を人形が引き起こしているとすると、人形はいつ被害者たちを知ることができたんだ？
Ah.
俺はそこで所有者たちが重要な役割を果たしたと睨んで、もっと言えば被害者たちは所有者によって選ばれたんじゃないかとな。人形に写真を見せるのか、名前を告げるのか、それとも心の中で願う程度でいいのか。具体的な方法はわからないが。
The choices of victims wasn't coincidental but intentional.
雑貨屋の件だけを見てもそれが一番しっくりくるんだ。店員や運送業者が何度もバックヤードに出入りしている。人形からしてみれば被害者たちよりも距離の近い人間、狙いやすい人間が多すぎる。
If that's the case, the owners will change from victim to the doll's accomplices, the victimizers that is. Wait a moment though, everybody else but Tamura is gone, aren't they? And they all should already be dead.
それこそ人形の持つ仕組みってやつなんじゃないか？例のバトンリレーの話は覚えているよな。
Yes. It's about an owner of the doll passing it along to the next one right before the disappearance, just like in a relay race.
あれの順序が逆だとしたらどうだろうか。
Otherwise?
消える前に人形を手放してるんじゃなく、人形を手放したせいで消えることになったとしたら、人形の中では次の持ち主に渡った時点で以前の持ち主が消す対象に変化するって仕組みなんじゃないか。
Boy, that's...
まあ今の話は何の証拠もない想像だが、それを簡単に
No
確か
one
める
would want to take the doll then, though. If you knew about how the previous owners would go missing, you wouldn't want to take that doll, right? Or you think, oh, it doesn't matter because I'm never going to give it away, or I don't want to get rid of it, so it's fine. The owners who are still around? That explains Azuma sticking to the shop manager.
田村については少年たちに任せたよ。
I see. Game, please.
俺は二川からがっつりと話を聞いてみるさ。
You know, I have one question. What makes you stick to Nikawa that much? The shop back does seem suspicious, although I don't think it indicates the manager has anything to do with the case. But Azuma seems to have been treating him as a key figure all along. Is there any reason? I put all my trust in him, so it's hard to think someone as clever as him would throw doubt on a particular individual just because of a hunch. So I'm curious why he's paying so much attention to Nikawa.
理由ね。俺が末路あるものじゃなくて刑事だからかな。
Ew. What's that supposed to mean? Excuse me, I've got a text message. Excuse me, I'm losing my headphones. Please. Someone has been found.
お互いに正念場が。
we are. Let's go. Every other member involved in the case was already around when I arrived in the ramen shop.
江東区の安宿が集まる地域で見つかった。
いわゆるそういう地域ということですね。
まあ身分を隠そうと思うと場所は限られるからな。逆に探しやすかっただろう。
否定はしません。
それで接触はしたのか？
相手の意図がわからないうちはと言いたいところだが急を要するからな。
うちの若手が接触しました。
As of now, 2 more people have been confirmed missing since the shop manager was assaulted. The top brass must still be keeping an eye on the possibility of Tamura's involvement in those 2 cases, while they know we'd better subdue this doll as soon as possible.
鈴成さんのお話通りに末路ある力は検出されなかったそうですから。
間違いなく自称添島はただの人間だよ。
突然の接触に関わらず本人は焦る様子もなくとうとうと対応されたそうです。まるで全てが分かっているかのよう。
That proves Azuma's theory about
奴がこの件に意図的に関わってきたのは間違いねえ。だがその理由もどう行動してるのかも一切がわからねえ。
俺たちへの挑戦状とか？
Why though?
それは受けて立たねばなりませんね。
確かに特別な力を手に入れたやつが暴走するってのは
だとしても5年前以降ってことになる。
Is there any chance that he's been trying to find out the truth of the whole case?
難しいんじゃねえか。
であれば鈴成さんと会った時に詳細を話すの。
That's right. The point of the meeting is one of the facts we still can't figure out.
なくはないか
あ？お前が一番あの男を怪しいと思ってたんじゃねえのかい？
俺の大切な仲間が自称添島は悪いやつじゃないって言ってるんだよ。だからそれくらいはあるんじゃないかって話。
なんじゃそのふわっとした理由は。
That sounds so like Lena, and I think it's good enough.
おやすさん、話が脱線してますが。
おっと悪い。ここで推論を話す必要もねえわな。全ては本人に聞けばいいわけだからよ。
会えるのか？
むしろ向こうからのオファーだよ。指名はお前だ。
まあそうなるか。
場所は最初にあったファミレスといえばわかると。
忘れもしないね。あんな味気のないコーヒーは久しぶりだったから。
時間は午後3時から。
了解。
May I come with you?
ユニアもか？
Can I? If not, I'm going to hand in what Azuma shared with me earlier. Based on Lin's statement about Tamura, he should be able to make best use of it.
まあいいんじゃねえの。鈴なりと話がしたいとしか言われてねえんだろう。
報告で聞く限
り。であれば他に誰を連れて行ってもいいだろうよ。
Thank you for the permission.
期待してるぜ、高校生。
Apparently he already sees through my intention.
私もと言いたいところですが、これから行かなければならない場所があるの。
人形を追うのか？
ある意味ではなかなかに面白い報告ができるかもしれません。
お前がそういう言い方をすると不吉な感じがするぜ。
俺たちは早めに移動するか。
Okay.
私も出るとしましょうか。
まあ待て、お前ら腹ごしらえでも。
それじゃあ行くか。
Sure.
お二人ともお気をつけて。
You too, Roku. Does anyone want some food? Nope. We want to live to see tomorrow. Let me ask you this once again. What do you think of Sojima? I mean, Tamura? We didn't discuss our strategy about waiting for the appointed time to arrive.
まるで人形みたいな男だって思ったよ。それ以上でも以下でもない。
He's not expressive?
っていうよりも感情に乏しいって感じかな。階段にしか聞こえない相談内容を話しながら眉をしかめることも怯えることも一度もなしだ。
Well, no wonder you couldn't be empathetic to him.
表情や感情に乏しくても本気で助けてほしければ演技くらいはすると思わない。
Is that why you turned him down?
まあな、そもそも相手が助けてほしいと思ってるようには見えなかったんだ。
It's a very limited way of looking at things though. I think I said so during the time we first saw the scene happen as well, but like there's people who are not very expressive in, you know, how they look and act, but they still need help. It's the same as like if you're in pain but you're hiding it, and then you tell someone like you're in pain, you need help, and they're like, what? But you don't look like you need the help. I'm like, well, damn, what do you want me to look like? To be deserving of getting help? Just what is it he wants?
その理由が今日聞けることを祈るさ。この件が気になって最近はマロンちゃんとのイチャイチャが当社比で 105% になっちゃってるよ。
Oh no. How come it's more than usual?
やっぱ一筋縄じゃいかないと思う。
I do. I can only make out with my girlfriend 105% of the time. Wait, I'm not good at math, but how much does it mean that you're usually making out with her? What? Huh? Even though it's still 50 minutes until the appointed time, he's seated at a table as if it's natural. He appears exactly how Rin described him.
お久しぶりです、鈴成さん。またお会いすると思っていました。
俺は思ってなかったよ。
前回よりもざっくばらんな口調ですね。
自分を騙していた相手に丁寧に接するほど人ができてないんだ。
申し訳ない。それからそちらは？
My name's Omakawa Yu. I'm in the same line of work as Suzunani. Does it make sense to you?
そうですか。
How impassive he is even when he learns that a boy like me is with Rin. I promise I won't disturb you too, so may I join you?
構いませんよ。
今度は全てを聞かせてもらえると思っても。
私の知っている限りでよければ。
His expression doesn't help in the least to figure out if he means it or not. He sure is hard to read.
まずは座らないか。
もうお調べになったかもしれませんが、私の本名は田村と申します。
He begins talking.
かつて白沢エレテックという会社に勤めて
やはり調べてらっしゃるんですね。
もちろんそちらが名乗った添島なる人物が行方不明であるということ。
それからもう一人もですよね。
ええ、
二人が失踪した原因はお分かりですか？
和服を着た少女の人
ええ、そう私は考えています。
Huh? Is it just my imagination or did it just see him smile for a
形。ズ
moment?
バリあの人形は何なんだ。
私に分かっていることは、あの人形が特定の言葉に反応して人を消すのではないかということです。きっと詳しい原理などはお二人のような方でないとわからないのでしょう。
Oh, so like a trigger word.
特定の言葉とは。
いなくなればいいのにとか、死ねばいいのにとかです。そう思った数日後に二人はいなくなりましたから。
ちょっと待て。それは自分が二人の失踪に関わったと認めることになる。
Dun dun dun! Plus, as we've been thinking, all those missing cases have been caused by the doll's
お二人
powers.
も事件への私の関与を疑ってきたんですよね。
Yeah.
ならばそこまで驚くことはないでしょう。
あんた一体。
私は罪を告白することに決めたんです。前回はその寸前で怖くなってしまって覚悟が足りずに中途半端なことをしてしまいました。
You're telling me, like, the entire past 3... I can't say chapters because it's still, like, the same chapter, but, like, the past 3 reasoning modes were off or not. You could have just come clean and admitted that you were the one involved with the doll last time? Wow, dude.
その告白っていうの聞かせてくれるか？
Dean urges him to continue, seemingly having some kind of
私
idea.
があの人形に出会ったのは偶然でした。最初は正体に気づくこともなく、当時住んでいた部屋にただ飾っていました。そんなある日、仕事で溜まっていた上司への不満を人形にぶつけたのです。その内容は、 先ほど話したような言葉だと思っていただければ。すると数日後、その上司課長は失踪しました。
Oh no.
ご家族が調べてらっしゃいましたけど、理由は分からずじまいで。
あんたが人形の本質に気づいたのは上司が行方不明になった。
No, but like that might have been just a coincidence, right? If something you start whining to your interior about one thing and the next thing it's gone, you think to yourself, "Huh, okay, that was lucky." You wouldn't immediately think like, "Oh no, this thing I own has magical powers of some kind," right? You wouldn't immediately think that. You then go and try and check, see if it would work again, to make sure you're not going crazy.
いいえ、その時はまだ。
No?
あの失踪と自分の愚痴に関連性があると考えられるほど。
じゃあいつ人形が人を消す力を持っていることに気づいた？
2人目の先輩副島が消えた時にです。きっかけは些細なことでしたが、私は人形に願ってしまったんです。課長と同じように消えていなくなればいい。
If that's the case, Tamuna had the doll take Sojima away by design, unlike what had happened to his boss.
どこかで期待しながら。
だが人形に力があると本気で思ってたわけじゃない。
銃というものを知らずに引き金を引いた。うすうす知っていて引き金を引いた。だから私は怖くなったんです。
怖い？便利ではなくて？
With the doll's powers, you can snuff out those you hate without leaving any evidence. Even if the police find something, they can't prove what the doll has done. It's literally a tool of the devil.
まさかあの人形は理屈も分からずに人に向けたらその人が死んでしまう兵器のようなものでしょう。何が原動力かもどんなメカニズムかも分からない。それこそ暴発して自分の身に何かが起こるかもしれません。
それであんたはどうした？
まず最初は人形を捨てようとしました。人形供養を行っている神社を探して、そこで。
おかしくないか？記録ではあなたは次の持ち主に人形を募集。
ですからそれはうまくいかなかった。その翌日仕事から帰ってくると人形が部屋の中に戻っていました。
What?
まるで階段だ。
ですよね。その時に私も理解したんです。あの人形が化け物であること、2人の身に起こったこと、そして自分のしてしまったこと。次に私は人形をゴミ処理センターに持ち込みました。事情を知らない職員からは人形供養に持って行ってくれと相当嫌がられましたが、
ところがまた人形は戻ってきた。
ええ、そしてこの人形はどうやっても処分できないのだということを私は悟りました。
Let me explain what the shop employee told me. He was pretty taken aback when he found the doll in the backyard yelling out, "Why is the doll here?" The shop manager was surprised because the doll was back in the backyard after he threw it away. I think that's the most likely
どう
case.
いう経緯で次の持ち主に譲ることに？
もしかしたらそれこそが私の犯した罪の中で人形を何としても手放したい私は気づいたんです。
まさかあんた。
はい。だから私はこう、あの人形は壊すことはできないけれど人に渡すことならできるのだと。
That's indubitably the reason for the baton relay-like exchanges. The owners didn't happen to give away the doll, but they had to. And just as Azuma speculated after each session,
それであんたは次の持ち主に譲ったのか？
はい。その後で私は元の持ち主に接触しようとしました。どうしてかは分かります。あんな人形を渡した相手を責めたかったのか、それともその人物も罪を犯したのかを知りたくですが、その人物は私に人形を譲ってしば
wait,
らく
how is he still
行
here
方不
then?
明になっていたんです。
That completed the baton relay
次は
exchange.
私なのだと思いました。そして私はできる限り自分の存在を消すことに決めたんです。あの人形が相手の顔、名前、住所、何で判断しているのか一切分かりませんでしたから、天涯孤独の身を初めて幸運だと思った時かもしれません。
おかげでこっちはあんたを完全に行方不明扱いと思っていたって
So
こと
him living
か。
under someone else's name might have helped.
それからの話は簡単です。私は人形との関わりを一切断つべく生きてきました。名前を偽り、住所も変え、誰ともつながらずに人形に怯えながら。
それが本当なら勝手な話だよ。
This is weird. He's contradicting himself, and I'm sure he's aware that Dean and I know
あんた
that.
の過去は分かったが、どうして俺に接触してきたんだ？
この町に来て偶然あの雑貨屋が人形を持っていることを知ったんです。
偶然ね。
そして逃げられないと怖くなり専門家に相談しようと。
異形という存在についてはどうやって知った？
逃亡しながらも自分の命を脅かす相手ですから、そこで異形や物理というものを知りました。最初は驚きましたが、皆さんは特に自分たちの存在を隠そうとしているわけじゃないんですね。
それについては隠す必要がないって話さ。
Who would believe you when you declare you can use superpowers? So we're safe unless they sell us, unless they see us actually use our powers. In fact, even if they see it, most of them will probably think we're doing some sort of magic
これ
trick.
が私の周囲で起こったことのすべてです。
He once ran for his life, but he bumped into the doll again and sought out experts who could save him. Yet despite that, he grew too terrified to admit his own guilt at the very last moment and ended up making himself appear suspicious to us. Who believes such a bogus story? Thank you for the hydro time! I have a question for you, Mr. Tamona. Now is the right time to corner
高
him.
校生？
Someone saw you and the shop manager arguing over something. What did you two fight about?
そんなことまでご存知なんですか？それはあの人に忠告したんです。
すべてを捨てて人形から逃げているあんたが？
それは罪を犯したとはいえ、私にも良心は残ってますから。
Alright then. Was it also your consciousness that your consciousness? Your conscience that lead you to face the doll in the park that night?
どういうことだ、高校生？
The shop manager just chopped off arm was left there because Mr. Tamona fought the doll. There's evidence for that.
それは
話を聞かせてくれるか？
I'm actually bluffing. All I've got is security camera footage showing him enter the park and some traces hinting that a fight was had in there, but it seems to have worked
あ
out.
の日、たまたま私は雑貨屋の近くにいたんです。
Sometimes a good bluff is all you need.
なぜ？
理由は覚えていません。その後のことが強烈すぎて。雑貨屋から大きな音が聞こえたので駆けつけてみたところ、あの人形が雑貨屋から逃げていくのを見かけて、私を見て驚いたかのように人形は逃げ去りました。
And you caught up with it in the park?
はい。
腕が公園に落ちていた原因はあんただったってことか。もしもあんたと争わなかったら人形は腕をどうするつもりだったの？
それは私にも。
He would have taken down with it.
こ
Probably.
れで本当に私に話せることは全てです。
He sounds like he won't answer any more questions from
今の
us.
話を情報を扱う専門の人間にもう一度話していただけますか？
はい、協力させていただきます。そして私のしたことがあなたたちの世界で罪に問われるのなら、どんな償いでもするつもりで
Oh,
す。
thank you for the paid redeem with. Thank you.
For the first time in his conversation, his voice carries a hint of emotion. Maybe... I mean, the text earlier said that he went to see mental health counselors and stuff as well. Maybe he's just like that. You know, that's just a thing that can happen. There's just people who are less, no, likely is the wrong word, but less likely to show emotions. They just can't. That's just a thing. It's not that they don't feel any, but the way to express them is just different. Like all the different hairstyles and ways. Yeah, me too. I like the braids a lot. We don't use them as much. I mean, to be fair, I gotta admit, you can't really see that much of the braids. Oh no, wait, if I do that... Hold on, if I do that, we're just gonna be double new, but like... Because you can't see that much of the braids, right? But the braids go down to here. So... we don't really get to use them as much as I'd love to use them, but hey. I'm always happy when we get a redeem for them.
そ それにしてもやるな高校生。あんな隠し玉を持ってるとは。キラリと光る隠し玉。言うなれば金。
Don't finish that sentence.
で、高校生はどう思った？
I assume most of what he said is true, but it helped he told us everything.
同感だ。しかもあいつが語っていないことこそこの事件の核な気がするよ。
You know what I don't understand? What is it he'd still have to hide even after he went that far?
さっぱりわからん。
He confesses everything from his guilt to how sordid he thought he was about it. Despite that, what would be even more important for him to conceal?
そもそもさ、そこまで人形を恐れてるなら、俺に依頼しに来た時に真相は話せなくても保護は求めるよな。
He knew you were one of the experts he was looking for, and no one could be more dependable.
さっきもそうだ。最後まで自分の保護は求めなかった。あいつが言うような命惜しさで行動してないよ。
I also noticed something else.
何さ？
He looks like he's been working out, and I don't think it's for fun or health. I had an impression that he's going through an athlete's training regimen. Also, judging from his footwork, he seems to be learning martial arts too.
どの程度のレベルだ？
I'm not trained enough to move and reflex, but not so green either.
ほんと、格闘の分野は半端ないな、高校生。
I'm with Pops on this, you're just too indifferent about it.
マロンちゃんも格闘技とかはさっぱりだもんな。
Yet despite it, you're both excellent fighters. Just how crazy are you two? Crazy for each other!
ああ、異常に可愛いからな、マロンちゃんは。
What? Is that the topic we were on? No. But it's a topic his mind is running 24/7. Nurses can be heard running around in the hallway. They must be busy preparing the dinner service. This patient room, on the other hand, is swarmed by tense silence, as though it alone were in a different building.
どういう意味ですか？
言った通りの意味です。あなたは人形の共犯者だ。
Nikawa frowns. He's no longer the same man who a few minutes ago welcomed the police officer with a smile on his
まるで
face.
人形が何か罪を犯したような言い方ですね。
あなた自身が人形が人を襲うということを証言している。
だとしても、その共犯っていうのは、襲われたのは私なんですよ。
今話しているのはあなたが負傷した件についてではありません。私が聞きたいのはあなたの周囲で複数名の人間が行方不明となっている件についてです。
Asuma speaks with ambiguity because Nikawa may not know about the latest two disappearances
ご
yet.
存知ですよね。
知ってます。話を聞いて物騒だなと思ってましたから。
あなた自身も関わっているのに。
刑事さんが何を言いたいのか。
田村という人物を知っていますか？
Asuma pulls out his last resort just not to waste any more of
よ
his
くある
time.
名前ですから。どの田村さんですか？
He doesn't seem to know him by his
あなた
name.
に人形に関わらないように注意した人物です。一月ほど前にあなたと話したと証言してます。ご存知ですよね。
Asuma lays out a brand new fact obtained from Amakawa.
あの人ですか。
There's no material evidence, and if he's clever enough, he'll probably keep playing dumb. Still, Asuma has confidence he won't.
そうですか。同類の人が話してるのなら、もうバレてますよね。
Nikawa is a big money grabber, yet also known as an affable and discerning shop manager. But now his dark nature starts to surface from the gap between a mask and his true
仕
face.
方ないな。何回か人形にお願いしましたよ。嫌いな奴らが消えてくれないかなって。
認めるわけですね。
認めますよ。だってそれって神社でおまじないをするようなものでしょ。
Except it becomes true. He explains without showing any regret, as if having
人
fun.
形に行ったくらいで人が消えるとは誰も思いませんよね。
かもしれませんね。
As long as there's only a person or two, Asuma has in his mind.
でもあなたは人形の正体を身をもって知ったわけですよね。
But why did the doll attack him?
それについては驚きました。きっと消えた人たちはあの人形に何かされてしまったんですよね。
Well, yeah, it probably killed them. Nikawa rubs his immobile left
あなた
arm.
は罪の意識を感じないんですか？
こ これって何かの罪になるんですか？おまじない罪とか。
He laughs out loud. His laughter sounds so unclouded it makes you feel as if he wasn't a sale just a couple of days
い
ago.
え人形に願い事をしただけでは罪にはなりませんよ。
ですよね。
願い事だけでは。
Azuma whispers so loudly that Nikawa may or not be able to make it out. Yet he seems too impressed by what he has done to catch it. Azuma predicted all this would happen. He knew everything from Nikawa quickly admitting his involvement with the doll, acting defiant toward him, to the gloomy truth that he's hiding behind his words and deeds. Azuma hears the flame within him flare up. Right. Okay. I'm a little sad that some of the scenes just end way too abruptly, and then the next time we see these people is like when they get together with another character, like our main character, and like it's like you could also have just finished the scene in there before you switch over. Jun and Shizuku sigh in unison as they finish the yogurt that was a dessert at dinner.
ピリピリしてたの。
少し怖かった。
今日もいろいろ聞こうと思ったのにな。
お姉ちゃんに協力してあげたかったのにね。
俺たちキューピッドだからな。
なのにね。
Since the two kids are happy from the bottom of their heart about having gotten to know Chieru, they were going to barrage him with questions like they did the other day. However, their brother was wearing a solemn expression on his face when he came home.
本気モードだったな。手強い相手なのかな。
多分。
Yu becomes away every now and then. The harder the cases, the longer he stays that way. It can last days or weeks. The two kids know well about that after all these years of living with him, and they describe that state as his all-out mode. Since he seemed more relaxed than usual this time, they figured the case would be relatively easy to take
で
care
もさ
of.、
兄ちゃんがああなった時は。
もうすぐ解決だね。
That's why they've decided to be patient and play a video game in their room. Well. Meeting Tamara has changed things a lot. Now it's obvious that the doll is responsible for all the missing persons cases. Yet it's hard to believe everything he said today. He told us obvious lies. What's worse is that he seemed aware that we realized he was lying. The doll and Tamara. The truth of this case is on the verge of being revealed. Which means we need another reasoning mode. But we're not fully there yet. Other than Miyama Semimura, who has influenced the doll. The family, someone yet the year, craftsman Miyama knew Tamara shop, the craftsman. Who never got a name. Tamara revealed the trigger of the doll spiriting someone away. What is it? Specific remarks given to her? And what is the motive of Tamara's actions? Atonement. He said he wanted to atone. Yes. Yes. Da-da-dun, da-da. Now that things have gotten this far, the intelligence department and the police ought to be about to uncover the truth. With the role is coming to its end, my time to enter the stage draws near. Yeah, it only took us, what, 5 reasonings? I know what my target is. It's a doll that has lived for 100 years, and the power it has are... the windows and doors left unlocked, the people who were kidnapped without a trace, the shop manager who got away with only losing one arm, and the doll that wields a weapon much heavier than itself. There may be some errors, but I think I basically grasped the picture of my opponent. I will win. Without boasting, that much is a given. Damn. Okay. If he's so sure about that. The red atelier. I think atelier is a very nice word.
七さんの予想が当たってしまいましたね。
After a 1-hour walk up this mountain trail, starting from a prefectural road along the mountain, Kashiwaba finally arrives at his destination. Nanashi, though, requested his department to look into this place. If what Nanashi thinks is correct, this is the doll's home where her 100-year-long history lies. Kashiwaba has just confirmed that the professional of objects... What? The professional of objects was right. Oh, okay, referring to Nanashi. What?
それにしても私が出向いて正解でした。
Plenty of members from the intelligence department have been working on this whole case. Originally, a couple of younger members who'd only been with the department for a year were in charge of the doll's history, but Kashiwaba took over the position after he heard from Nanashi. The 2 rookies are still decent people who feel anger toward all the unreasonable things out there. If they were here with such righteousness in their hearts, they both would have lost their minds at this very scene. They lacked the experience needed to accept it. Nanashi's deductions were on point. This place, which must be the doll's latter years, the site of a whole host of
しか
tragedies.
しここまで彼の言う通りであると
Oh, did she bring all of the people to like
Why
her old house? There's a vast amount of meat, blood, hair, and bones, bones, and bones. 100 years worth of the remains of those who used to be human. And all the people who the doll spirited away.
人形にとってただの材料だったというわけですか
Okay, but why does Nanashi not want you to completely destroy her? It was love at first sight. It's funny though, because it's never happened with any human woman. I stumbled upon her on an online auction. I thought she and I were meant for each other and I bid without hesitation, even though she was already highly priced. I still remember the day she arrived at my condo. I still remember how much more beautiful she was in person, how her purity was almost frightening in its intensity. Her presence changed my life. I had far more fun watching movies with her than I did by myself. I told her everything, my daily troubles, my pains, my happiness. Just speaking to her brought me relief. Before her arrival, my only way to cope with those sources of stress was in my mind. I bade her good morning when I woke up and good night before I went to bed. Having someone to greet made my day. Her silence didn't bother me. I understood this was fake, one-sided communication, but it still satisfied me. I found myself with no desire to connect with others. I needed nothing but her. I lost my old set of values that had kept me going since childhood, but I gained something new to carry me on. I believed this would last forever, but then I made my first mistake. One day at work, one of my bosses forgot to pass a message along to someone else and he pinned the blame on me. Shortly after I returned home, I started complaining to her. I might have cussed worse than usual. I just kept hurling my anger toward everyone at work, including the boss, until I was happy. But nevertheless, everything I said was the kind of complaint that anybody would have. It was one of those transient emotions that would melt away in your mind within days. The boss didn't show himself at work on the following day. In fact, starting that day, he never showed up again. I know why now. He was no longer in this world. I never even imagined that I might have something to do with him going missing. I mean, who would imagine he could have disappeared just because I cursed him at home? Just who could imagine my beloved doll would do something like that? But I was left with this awkward feeling of guilt that I had been responsible for another's misfortune. Then I returned to my boring life with my silent partner. Soejima had been my trainer at work for over 4 years since I started my career there. Other than my deceased parents, he was probably the person I talked to the most thanks to our long relationship and my antisocial tendencies. He was good with people and skilled at his job to boot, so many people looked up to him as their ideal. Since we were both from the same area, he was very friendly to me. He probably tried to understand me more than anyone else I've ever met in my life. He often scolded me, but I felt like he did that out of consideration for someone awkward like me. Even though I sometimes griped that a brilliant man like him couldn't understand me or felt jealous of how he was surrounded by lots of people, I mostly appreciated everything he did for me. It was a summer day with a record-breaking heatwave. He talked much less than usual, appearing very exhausted. My first thought was that he was suffering from heat stroke, so I advised him to take time off and rest. However, he didn't get any better. As a matter of fact, he grew varier and varier each passing day. He had huge dark circles under his eyes as if from being punched. He was obviously suffering from something more than the summer heat. He told me what was happening with him, seemingly having decided I wouldn't make fun of him about it with our co-workers because I wasn't friendly with them. I didn't believe him at first. He said that when he woke up in the middle of the night and looked at the window, he saw someone peeking in. Not just one night, but every single night. And that it looked like a little girl with long black hair wearing a flower patterned kimono. It was complete nonsense, but it reminded me of the doll that I had at home. Truth be told, at that point I'd already realized that the doll wasn't ordinary. Sometimes her position would change overnight. I'd hear creaking sounds in the house at night. I even spotted what appeared to be a bloodstain on her neck and some wavy grey hair on her kimono after the boss's disappearance. I knew everything. Every single thing. But I denied it all, trying to pretend nothing had ever happened. I didn't end up telling Soejima about any of that. I just tried to console him, saying it must have been a nightmare, but I knew all along that what was stalking him was exactly what had spirited away the head of my section. Even now, I don't know why I did it. Maybe I didn't want to lose a doll, or maybe I wanted to believe that I wasn't involved in the boss's disappearance. 3 days later, Soejima was gone too. And that's how I killed 2 people. The dark sky is starting to lighten into a pink glow. The sun rises much earlier at this time of the year. Listening to the engine sound of a newspaper-man's motorcycle, I jog in silence. I do this workout session once every other day. Regular exercise strengthens not just physically, but mentally. I put particular importance on the latter. High physical toughness is helpful, but mental condition is even more important for those like myself who deal with variance. Your mind toughens the most when you overcome temptation to sleep in or procrastinate. Even if you're not strong in a physical sense, as long as you have the mental fortitude to resist temptation, you're even able to take down monsters that can run faster than cars. That's common sense in the world that I live in. Your mental strength equals your physical strength. If you hesitate, you can't use everything you've got. I'm worn out both mentally and physically, but I believe that is the best time for training. My legs beg me to let them stop running, but I refuse and push on, struggling to keep my mind away from any negative feelings. Your mental fortitude equals your physical strength as a disobeyer. I just keep running through the sunrise pain in town, hoping all my unnecessary feelings flow out of me along with my sweat. Wow, that was a much needed scene. Okay, you like to go running. Mood. The funniest thing is it starts to hurt so early on, but then if you push through, you can actually run for such a long time. I say this as someone for some years ago, I regularly, like almost every day, I would walk on a treadmill. Or like run on a treadmill for like a full-on hour. No, running is too much, but like walk really, really quickly, like at a high speed for an hour. And it was so good. And then I missed out like 1 or 2 days and I never went back to do it again. And I obviously don't have enough space here in the apartment to put a treadmill in, otherwise I might get back into it, honestly. As I arrive at the ramen shop in response to Pop's summons, I see someone who you'd hardly expect to be around.
今日は珍しい客に講義してもらうぜ。
どうも金づるの皆さん。
Deep pockets. A term describing huge financial resources. Nanashi sees everyone in the world except for himself as his personal money bags. The Japanese word used translates literally as money crane. The crane is a national treasure in Japan, symbolizing longevity and good luck. Oh.
話よ、心の声が出てるぞ。
中学生が店の外に出るとは。
Me neither. This happens maybe once every few months.
嫌ですね。僕だって外にくらい出ますよ。食事とか仕入れとか交渉とか。
学校が入ってないってことについては突っ込まん
で、人形の真相ってやつは中学生が話してくれるのか？
ええ、特別講師ということで。
この話は七志さんにしか解説できませんから。
ただってわけじゃないんだよな。
ご安心ください。すでにお代はおやすさんから受け取っていますので。
無茶するな。
安心しな。今回は俺の懐は痛まねえ話だ。
本当は前回ユウさんに話した時には推測までは組み上がっていたので、証拠を得るまで控えさせてもらいました。なぜ？なんというか突拍子もない発想だったもので。
まあその発想がズバリだったわけですよね。
前置きはいいから話を進めようぜ。
Now they're going to tell me they found where all of the previous spirited away people were, right?
そうですね。昔の人も少年追いやすくお金大好きと言ってますし。
That's news to me.
しかもお金が大好きなのは少年よりも大人だろうよ。
俺はお金の1億倍はマロンちゃんが好きだ。
皆さんは例の人形に影響を与えた2人についてご存知ですよね。
私とユウさんは聞いたばかりです。
I looked to Rin and Pops, who both nod, confirming that they know the same as Roku and me.
他の行動はさておき、なぜ人形の周囲の人間が行方不明になっているのかが皆さん。
まあな、田村の証言もあって人形が誰を消すかって部分は
どうやってどこに消しているかはまだ。
Well, we know where it takes them now. Is that what you're here for?
ですです。
それについてなんで俺も初耳なんだよ。
まあまあ今から話しますから。
こんなことばっかりだぜまったく。
My sympathies.
本題に入らせていただきますが、皆さんは古い美術品の修理方法ってご存知ですか？
美術品ってまた広い範囲の質問だな。
例えば絵とかならどうでしょうか？
その時代の技法や材料、紙とかを調べることから始めるよな。
ご名答。
Way to go, accessory designer.
いいんだよ、もっと褒めてもいいんだよ。
もっと褒めてね。
調べた結果、現代で使われていない顔料や紙だった場合はどうすると思いますか？
それはまあ
古いものを流用する。
木工作品も同じです。別の品をばらして手に入れた古い木材を使うことがあります。
手に入りづらい材料だったり、素材の時代を合わせたい場合はそれ以外ないわな。
僕がこの推測に至った理由は一つの文献によるものです。
The official title of the book is A Modern History of Dolls in the Southern Kanto. It was written by Yukimura Juzo, a historian and one of the honorary professors of South Tokyo University, explaining the history of dolls in the Southern Kanto from the end of the Edo era to the beginning of the Showa era. Considering the amount of pages used to describe Miyama, he seemed to suit the author's tastes. The book mentions the doll maker's character and his brief background, as well as his family members and even his family tree. Wow, that's a lot.
半世紀以上前に書かれたそれは、三山氏の作品や彼についてがまとめられています。その一節に、彼の死後、彼の墓が暴かれたという事実が残されていました。
補足しますと、その時代、その地域では土葬が主流でした。
This is getting creepy now.
つまり、連れて行かれた人間は
材料です。おそらくは三山氏を修復するための。
Pretending to be a craftsman and repairing the one who created it. So that's how the doll was influenced by its first and second owners.
それを昨晩、私がこの目で確かめてきました。
それが証拠ってやつか。
That indeed is perfect proof.
惨状でしたね。歴代の行方不明者の骨で山ができていました。工房の中心部は足の踏み場もないほどなので、すぐに対処を始めています。
お前はまたそういうことをはっきりと。
どれだけオブラートに包んでも事実は変わらないでしょう。
ここ最近行方不明になっていたやつらは。
Wrong button. That's the point that I'm concerned about the most.
残念ながらもう亡くなっていました。まだ朽ちていない被害者たちの体からは生活反応が出ています。
つまり生きたままか。
I wouldn't blame us for this. The disobedient police officers have rushed around for days and finally cornered the doll that's been working behind the scenes for decades. Still, we could have saved many lives if we had gotten this far a few days earlier.
高校生、気にするなとは言わないが、飲み込めよ。
I know.
人形が人間を材料にって考えたのはなんでだ。生みの親たちの真似をしたのであれば、てめえの創作や修理活動には木とか金属を使
Because
うん
it
じゃね
thinks
え
of
のか。
itself as human, maybe?
まさかセミマルってやつは人に憧れすぎていて、人を材料に使っていたとか。
人を作ることに取りつかれてたってか。
Is it the doll's hair?
ユウさんは覚えていてくださったようですね。あの人形は紙に人毛を使っています。
だから人間も材料だと思った。
単純に木には木、金具には金属と考えたときに、三山氏と同じ材質を探しただけかもしれませんけど。
Whether that's true or not, it seems irrefutable that the doll uses human bodies.
なぜ何をしていたのか分かったわけだな。あとはどうやって被害者たちを連れ去ったのかってことだけか。
I have an idea about that.
ほう。
本当ですか？
ナナ氏がもののプロであるように、ジュニアもプロだってことだな。
I'm not sure if I'm happy to specialize in this kind of bloody stuff.
何せあの天川ですからね。
ニーマンは野暮だな。すごいのは高校生自身だよ。
おっと、これは失礼。
but a specialty of mine helps me out at times, and the time is almost here. Ooh, tell me. Why do we switch out of the noodle graveyard only to go back into the noodle graveyard immediately again anyway? Even after you and Susanari left the ramen shop, Nanashi and Kashibaba stayed seated because they have something to say to each other.
疑うようで悪いんだが、最後まで味方だと思っていいんだな。
お約束通りにあの人形を譲っていただけるのなら。
The shop manager is worried about the boy's unshakable obsession. He puts every human-made object above any human being's life. But that is the reason why he possesses his power and is capable of running his shop.
情報部でもそれは危惧しています。ナナシさんが先に人形に接触し力を使った場合、
僕が皆さんの敵に回ると？
端的に言えば。
Having decided that the situation is even more crucial than dealing with the doll, the brass has ordered Kashibaba to grasp what Nanashi really desires.
俺はそうは思っていないが、人形の味方になるとは思っている。
味方かどうかで言うなら、僕は今回の件、途中からずっと彼女の味方ですよ。
Damn! Nanashi answered with a smile he shows when he welcomes someone into the shop.
もちろん、ここまでのことをした彼女を祀わぬ者が処分しないとは思っていません。
だからせめてただのものに戻った後にってか。
そういうことです。
The doll in question has taken its toll in countless ways. Without Nanashi's request, they would have decided to destroy it or seal it
制
somewhere.
圧担当のジュニアと責任者の俺が了解を出したんだ。お前の希望は叶うだろうさ。
ちなみに私の方で情報部の許可は取っておきましたよ。
ありがとうございます。それを聞きたかったんです。
だがよ、本当にそれでいいのか？
A material array incapable of moving on its own is extremely hard to find. Even during the 30 years of his career, the shop manager has only seen a few of those. To be more specific, he's never seen anything that moves around as freely as the doll. To the boy in front of him, the doll has to be a treasure. Despite the fact the boy is going to let this opportunity go to waste, which is what the shop manager will never understand.
言い方は悪いが、お前にとっての一番は道具に込められた思いってやつだ。
ええ。
あの人形で言うそれは、今人形を突き動かしている中身の部分じゃねえのか？
でしょうね。できれば僕も動いている彼女に会いたいとは思いますよ。
Then why would you provide them with information that can corner the doll?
その割には簡単に諦めるじゃねえか。
今回の件、僕は怒ってるんです。
怒っている？
その理由は皆さんとは全く違った理由なのでしょうが。
His face contorts in grief as he says that. Oh. Who's at the family restaurant right now?
それにしてもすごいっす
Ah,
ね。
those two.
まえちゃんがあっさり写真を見つけてくれたからだよ。
Mada gasps in surprise when Cincinnati explains to him that they've succeeded at identifying Sojima and at tracking him down.
一握りでも情報があれば地球の裏側でも見つけ出すんじゃない？
Cincinnati says it for a fact, not to
なんだか
flaunt.
怖い話っすね。
怖い怖い。絶対に敵に回さない方がいいよ。俺みたいにやる気のないのばかりだとは思わ。
長生きしたいんで肝に銘じておきます。
He cringes, looking properly intimidated.
その見た目で長生きしたいってどこまで本気なのよ。とりあえず体から金属とか外したら？
リンさんが見た目で人を語るのはどうかと思いますけど。
Cincinnati gives a cynical smile in response to Mada's most precise comeback.
違いない。
俺の場合は若気の至りってやつで見逃してください。
To Cincinnati, his horribly unique fashion seems to come from his own taste and personality, regardless of how old he is or what generation he is from. But he bites her back because Mada is right that he has no right to remark on other people's fashion sense.
若さを持ち出されちゃおじさんとしちゃ言い返せないね。
リンさんだってまだ20代半ばじゃないっすか。
もう20代半ばだよ。
30歳40歳でギラギラ頑張ってる人におられますよ。
俺は年を取りたくないって言ってるわけじゃないんだ。
In fact, he finds aging delightful because he believes that the older men grow, the deeper and more manly they appear.
一番の問題なのはさ、マロンちゃんを置いて俺だけ年を取っちゃうことだよな。
リンさん、クリさんも年を取りますけど。
マエちゃんはバカだな。究極の美っていうのは時を超えた不滅の存在なんだよ。
いや、まあそういうことにしておきましょうか。
冗談だよ。
But she really is that stunning, Suzunari adds in his
リ
mind.
ンさんはクリさんの話をしている時だけはどこまでが冗談かわからないんですよ。
Mada wipes his mouth with a paper napkin wearing a troubled face. His udon and salad are already gone from the bowl and plate.
まあ大概は本気だし。
だから厄介なんすよ。リンさんはポーカーフェイスっすから。
前ちゃんもどこまでが冗談かわからないけどね。
ごちそうさまでした。
The big guy bows his head with his hands
じゃあそ
together.
ろそろ行くわ。
気をつけて。
あいよん。
Suzunari gets up from his seat, waving his hand to
迷
the
惑
big
かけ
guy.
てすいません。
まあ前ちゃんやその友達の代わりくらいはしてくるよ。
Mada knows full well that he means he's not going to let Tamura die. Oh, okay. I have a slight feeling that I won't be able to finish the entire game today, but I'll try to get as far as possible still.
そうか、人形の住処が分かったのか。
I feel Azuma in what Nanashi told us at the ramen shop. Seems like neither Pops nor the police knew about it. The intelligence department's been watching the place since yesterday, but the doll hasn't shown up yet.
警戒しているのかもしれないな。
But I don't think it has any other place to hide itself.
容姿を考えると人気のない場所に限られるが、まあ待つ方が得策かもな。
The doll takes people to its atelier, so if you catch it there, we should be able to avoid the worst case scenario.
発見したら仕掛けるのか。
I am. There's no reason to stand by anymore.
そうか。そうなると俺たちの出番はそろそろ終わりか。これがこの件での最後の報告会になるかな。
Maybe. I hope so.
したいじゃなくてそうするんだろ。
Azuma,
俺の休みのために。
I knew you'd say that.
こちらからの最後の情報は人形ではなく田村についてだ。
I could not ask for more. We're still having a hard time figuring out why he's gotten himself involved in this case. That's the only unclear thing now. Hopefully I can clear up all the mysteries before I have to face it all.
かつての会社に聞き込みに行っていろいろと掴んできた。
When did you do that?
別件を調べる際にその会社が近かったもんでな。
And what did you get?
まあ少し長くなるから順を追って話すさ。
I slightly sit back in response to Azuma's preface.
5年前の話なのに当時同じ課に属していた全員が田村のことも副島のことも覚えていたよ。
Were those too popular there?
副島はな、仕事のできる人気者って感触だった。一方で田村の印象はかなり地味だったようだ。あだ名が能面だったくらいだからな。
That's not a very nice nickname to have. That's kind of how I was thinking of him. I'm really sorry for him.
調べたところ田村は副島が行方不明になってすぐ会社を辞めたわけじゃなく、約1月ほど会社に残っている。人形を処分しようとして失敗し、次の持ち主に受け渡した期間だろう。
The matches what Tamura himself confessed.
その時期の田村はそれはもう憔悴しているように見えたそうだ。能面なんて呼ばれてた男が周囲から心配されるくらいにな。
The reason was something none of them could even imagine, though. It was not because a coworker he liked was gone, but because he knew he was responsible for the disappearance.
そんな田村を見かねた男がいた。副島と特に仲の良かった同期の男で、田村を励まそうと生前の副島の言動を田村に伝えたんだそうだ。
What was it about?
要するに田村を褒めちぎってたってことだな。
Compliments. Considering all the research on him so far, that's something I never expected to hear. According to the reports and Pop's words, Soejima was supposed to be someone who would scold Tamura all the time.
なあ高校生、何を考えているかわからない。しかも容量が悪くて周囲をイライラさせる男がいた。そういう人間はどうしても周囲から浮くだろ。
That's a little too close for comfort. I recall my own shallow school life. Lots of my classmates must have a similar impression of me.
田村って男の評価もそうだ。嫌われてるか眼中にもないか、そのどちらかだった。でもたった一人だけ彼を評価している人間がいた。他ならぬ副島という男だ。
That means Tamura took away the life of the only person who supported him.
本人のいないところでいつも田村を褒めてたそうだ。真面目で信用できる男だと。
Trustworthy, huh? I feel like that's not the word That's not a word that you usually use to evaluate a younger coworker.
何でも副島は若い頃付き合っていた女性と親友に一度に裏切られたらしくてな。
Oh.
口下手でも裏表のない田村のことを気に入ってたらしい。
And what did Tamara do after you heard that?
大声で叫んだそうだ。
Yelled.
ああ、
Can't believe someone like him did that.
フロア中に響き渡るような声だったとさ。
So it seems he does possess a kind of intense emotion under his expressionless face.
そのことを当時その課にいた人間は全員覚えていた。物静かで何を考えているかわからない男の心
I
の
wonder
叫
what
びを。
Sojima's word meant to Tamara. What was it that made him unable to resist yelling?
さあな、それは本人にしかわからないだろう。
Maybe he had already complained about Sojima to the doll at one point, and then he heard about Sojima actually thinking highly of him. So he but this was before he knew the doll's powers.
だが田村にとってそれはそれだけの価値がある言葉だったんだな。全てを捨てて人形と戦うだけのな。
So you also think he's going to face the doll?
応援の件だけでも明らかだろ。
Right.
あの後二川から聞き出したんだが、田村は幾度も店に押しかけ人形を手放せと詰め寄ったらしい。
There must be someone other than Minamikawa who witnessed some of those confrontations. Maybe some employees or neighbors.
いずれあなたの悪事は明るみに出ると。その際に田村は本名をフルネームで、しかも現在の大体の住所までをわざわざ告げていったらしい。
Doesn't that mean he was going to...
そう。だから田村にしてみれば、この一月の間に起きた事件については無念だった。
Excuse me.
少年、その着信音は何とかするべ
I
きだぞ。
can't... Oh, it's supposed to be his ringtone. You can barely hear it over the other music. I was like, wait, what's happening?
ユウさんですか。
Yes.
田村氏を見失いました。
What happened?
人形の襲撃を受けました。
At this hour of the day, wasn't it all supposed to move only during the night?
田村氏に張り付いていた情報部が2人ほど負傷しています。とにかく一度激うま邸に集合でお願いします。
Okay. Understood. The doll hasn't been found yet, but there's something going on.
そうか。
I'll be off now.
少年、ちょっと待て。
え？
副島の元同僚から田村へと伝言を頼まれている。あの日、一番大事なことを伝え忘れたってな。俺はこれ以上この件に関われるかわからないから、少年にも覚えておいてほしい。
Let me hear it.
ああ、その内容は。
No! Motherfucker! I wanted to hear it as well. Let me hear it, Fade to Black. God damn it. As I arrive in the ramen shop, everyone turns to look at me. I seem to be the last one here. What's going on?
まあ落ち着けやジュニア。
Wasn't it all only supposed to move at night?
調査して日も浅い。これくらいの誤算は仕方ねえ。
それか人形も苛立って予定外の行動に出たのかも。
それでロクよ、状況を説明しろや。
了解です。電話でも軽く話しましたが、2時間近く前のことですが、田村氏が
白昼堂々か。
Wait, and now we don't know where they are?
幸い人通りの少ない地域でして、
そこらへんの処理は工作部に任せようや。
人形の接近に気づいたうちの若手が交戦し、2人ともが負傷しました。
そういうのが得意な人員を選んで配置したんだろう。
ええ、守りに徹していれば無事だったのでしょう。どうにも血気盛んな2人でして、対象を守るだけじゃ物足りなくなった。
Just like yourself, Furoku. He picks fights with anyone stronger than him.
当人たちに確認してみたところ、人形を許せなかったとのことです。
どういうことだ？
身内をかばうようでお恥ずかしい話ですが、彼らは昨日までリスト作成に携わっていた者たちです。その過程で行方不明者たちの家族や知人と接する機会が多かったわけで。
なるほどな。
So they were both exposed to the survivor's sorrow. Can't forgive it, huh?
熱いじゃない。
私に言わせれば青いですね。まあ今一番に注目すべきはあの二人が負けたことですよ。
I'm assuming that they were at least good enough to monitor and protect their mark Tamada. It's hard to imagine that they'd assign anyone inexperienced in combat to watch him.
ええ。ですからこれは間違いないと思うのです。人形は私が報告した時よりも強くなっているのではないか。は？敗れた二人はなかなかに腕の立つコンビです。私が人形と戦った時の手応えで考えると、つまり私や今回の二人との交戦で力をつけて
Wow, good job, dude.
いや、そうか。人間の真似をしようとしてるんだったな。
人間のように経験を積んで成長したと。
If that's the case, the engagement with those two made it all even better at fighting.
でしょう。いや、こうなると俄然興味が湧きますね。
わからんよ。
おお、
ちょっとは
そこでありたい。
責任を感じろや。
Couldn't agree more. But then again, we didn't know what we were facing when we fought with the doll. He gave high priority to protecting the woman and subduing the doll, and I think that was the correct choice.
で、タチの悪い先輩を持った不幸な二人の怪我はどうなんだ？
一方は軽傷ですが、もう一方は大怪我を負っています。
I do not, like, I'm not able to tell how much more of the game there is. Like, if I knew for a fact that I don't know, I guess the final fight would be over in like the next hour, I would just say, okay, sure, I'll just go overtime a little bit, but this game could be over in like 20 minutes, it could also last another 3 hours, I don't know.
ドクターの話によると、命に別状はないそうですが。
そいつはよかった。
そういえば、二人からユウさんに伝言があります。
What did they say?
絶対に勝ってほしいと。
Understood. No, I have one more reason why I must take it down.
それで、田村の行方は？
それが全くわからない。
今も人形に追われているのか？
わかりません。二人を助けた後にどこかに消えたと。
助けた？
ええ、二人が証言しています。命の危機にさらされている状況に割って入り、人形の気を引いてくれた。
やっぱりそういうことなのか。
Agreed. There's no doubt about it.
近場の公衆電話から救急車を呼んだのも彼だと思われます。
俺たちが助けられてちゃ世話ないわな。
いや、耳が痛い。お命を注ぐべく至急網を張らせていただきました。彼や人形が市内にいるのであれば遠からず捕捉することでしょ
う。それまではここで待機ってことか。
I can't stand just sitting around twiddling my thumbs in the situation.
いえ、お二人には見ていただきたいものがあります。
Something we need to see?
ええ、田村氏が二人、いや、鈴成さんに向けて書いた手紙か。
ここにあるのか？
いえ、江東の彼のアパートで見つかったばかりでして、こちらに運んでいるところです。
情報部も人手不足なんだろ
う？です。
情報部だ、実動部だと言わずによ。ここは
それでは担当者に連絡しておきますので、お二人は上崎駅。
Okay.
二人もそれで OK か？
おうさ、それじゃあ行くか、高校生。
Sure. Let's go.
ろくろよ。あとは人形を見つけるだけだな。
分かっています。
With the strained atmosphere gone, Kashiwaba gives himself a break, loosening his tie. Susanari is very good at bringing his mind under control, while he, based on his usual deeds and words, doesn't appear so. In fact, Kashiwaba saw through his calm act earlier. Yu's different. He normally seems cool and collected, but on the inside he burns with unimaginable intensity. With the final confrontation approaching, he bears a steely aura sharpened to its utmost limit. Kashiwaba can barely resist challenging him in that state.
あの状態のユウさんには人間も異形もそうそう勝てはしません。
Oh, we're going to the quiet cafe again. Having received the letter, Rin and I dropped by my regular cafe near the station. We can talk freely about the case in here. Sure. To the one who's reading this letter, you might be the landlord or the police, or maybe you're one of those I want to find this letter. Whoever you are, there's one thing that I'd like you to do for me. Keep this letter until the time comes. Keep this letter until you meet someone who can understand the words I left here. I'm writing this, hoping that someone who believes me finds this letter. I hope Susanari finds it. I used to be one of those who owned a particular doll, and I used to be one of those who used it the wrong way. It's a traditional Japanese doll capable of spiriting away anyone you wish. It's also capable of eventually spiriting away its owner. I believe that the doll kills them all. Out of fear for my life, I foisted the doll onto someone else. I fled from the doll, knowing that it murders people. 5 years have passed since then, and I finally caught up with the doll. I cannot run from it this time. I found something to shoulder during these 5 years. Firstly, I found a man named Mikawa, the current owner of the doll, and tried to make him use the doll to kill me. I thought I'd be able to prevent further murders that way, but I failed. Mikawa runs a knick-knack shop called Zaka, located in Kamiyama Ward. I believe you'll know I'm telling the truth if you investigate his personal connections. I regret that I couldn't confess everything to Susanari back then. I feared that I would be left out of this case had I told him everything and the disobeyer started investigating. That silly obsession only helped increase the number of victims. I seem to have made another irrevocable mistake. When I face the doll next time, I'm going to do what I must. Should I ever fail to end this, please take care of the rest for me. I deeply apologize to Susanari and his friends for causing so much trouble for them. Every piece of his puzzle has been collected. I think I'll go through what's happened so far. Oh, no, that feels very final. That feels very final. What does a doll kidnap people for? Source of money, works of art, materials. What is Tamada's true motive to end it with his own hands? Why did Tamada contact Rin? Finishing up after his death. Well, I mean, you can't really go wrong here. There's only very limited reasoning. There we go. Everything hurts. There's nothing foggy left about this case. Maybe he came to you to hatch the risk. Also, he disguised himself as Sojima to draw more attention from us. He planned every move he took in order to achieve his goal. And it worked. He says in his letter that he cannot run from the doll this time. I feel like it shows everything. I hate to say this, but why would he have to go that far? I can't convince myself that everything that happened is his fault. For one thing, you could say it was an accident. For another, you could say he's one of those suffering an adult's nightmare. None of the victims would forgive what he has done. But as far as outsiders like us can tell, it doesn't seem to have been in malice. We're no different, huh? Yes? Maybe right over. Understood. What?
もしも全ての力をなくしてしまったとしても、偉業に立ち向かえるか?
If I lost all my powers, I'd probably... I hope I would, but I can't say for sure.
だよな。偉業めっちゃ怖いもんな。
They are.
普通はさ、死にたくないもんな。
I don't want to die.
ただの男が5年間だ。
I remember myself of the meeting with Tamada. His build looked like an athlete's and he moved like a trained fighter. That's why he's so quiet from his 5 years of obsession.
なあ、高校生。
Yes.
守るか。
Yes. Suzunari chooses who to protect. His highest priority will always be his dearest partner. Although they collectively call themselves the Disobeyers, every member has a unique reason for fighting variants. For some it's simply a job, others take pleasure from fighting, and some fight to protect something, even if they have to risk their lives in the process. However, Suzunari doesn't have any of those kinds of thoughts. He protects someone he doesn't feel like protecting only when his partner, the woman with whom he's decided to share his fate, decides they should be protected. Suzunari and his partner are the Disobeyers' last resort in the city. They always have fights with opponents that can snuff out their lives in an instant. Therefore, in order to rid himself of hesitation and errors of judgment, he follows his priority list of people to protect. He knows it's self-centered, but he also knows he's not perfect and he cannot risk losing his invaluable partner. If he lost her, he'd lose his entire world. The same holds for Tamada. If he were the baleful string puller of this whole case whose mind has been screwed by greed, or if he were a friend of justice fighting against the doll from the shadows, Suzunari wouldn't care about him at all because he wouldn't be able to find any meaning in helping him. He would just convince himself that Tamada is the one to blame for everything, or that he's determined to lay down his life for justice. But it's turned out that none of that is true. That expressionless guy has been through hell. He's been wallowing in suffering and regret, struggling not to run from it, knowing that there's no chance for him to beat the monster. That fact has made up Suzunari's mind. Suzunari chooses who to protect. And he has chosen to protect Tamada, whatever it takes. Ooh! Yay! We finally get to go to this part of the map, which has been here the entire time, but we never had any events happen here before. A building that has been abandoned for 2 years since the collapse of the company that owned it. There's a redevelopment project in progress that targets to combine its vast area of land with some of its surroundings. Alright. Every night since that day has been sleepless. She was once my sweetheart, but now she's an object of dread which I tried to part with by any means possible. Even after I got rid of her by sacrificing someone else's life, the fear wouldn't go away. It's all that doll's fault, not mine. The thing killed them on its own, I didn't even ask for it. But however hard I tried to escape, my body and mind have been too deeply corrupted by its poison. When I close my eyes in my bed at night, all I can see is the smile of a man who's giving me pep talk. I'm forced to recall how a little complaint from me triggered a tragedy, like a small gear bringing a large mechanism to life. Ironically, a sense of sympathy helped turn people's attention toward me, even though they didn't even look at me when I wanted them to. There's something I need to tell you. Someone from a different section of work came to me. I'd seen him before. Since he had lunch with Sojima all the time, he must have been a friend of his. Even now I can recall every single word that he spoke. Every single word to describe what Tamada meant to Sojima. He recognized me for my diligence and trustworthiness. He scolded me while protecting me from those who would judge me. He always worried about me who was clumsy and couldn't carry a conversation. He wanted to have a drink with me. That was when I learned that I did have something to be proud of, that my old wish had come true, and that I had ruined the life of the one who thought me what I was. I can tell that days like that will never come to me again. Overpowering regret makes me shudder, blinds my vision and makes me cry out loud. The same day when I was taking a local train home in the evening twilight, my mind shook along with the train. I knew I had to do something, but I didn't know what I could possibly do. What could a good-for-nothing guy who hasn't had a single friend in his entire life do to an inhuman monster? But again, an unexpected hint from a mother and a daughter. The mother was apologizing for the man sitting next to her daughter for some kind of trouble she'd caused him. The mother then admonished her daughter as she didn't seem to feel sorry for what she'd done. "You must apologize when you've done something wrong," she gently told her. The answer was simple enough. It doesn't matter how much of a monster the doll is, or whether this modern world can bring me to justice. Who knows if I'll die for nothing tomorrow? I don't care how trivial my life may be to the rest of the world. I simply need to do something to earn the right to apologize to him. Watching the sunset painted city out the window, I make my decision. No longer will I live with my head down, merely enduring. Hey, hello! Hi! Good evening! Welcome, Raiders! Thank you so much for coming by. Hi! I'm new. I like the color pink, visual novels and JRPGs, and we're currently playing Magical Eyes Riders for Anguish, and we are, as far as I can tell, I think at the finale of the game. So we're getting hit with a bunch of flashback thingies. I hope Zelda was fun. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How was your stream? It was, love it. Nice. Gotta admit, I've never played Zelda. I've played like half an hour of Twilight Princess on the Wii. Then I ran into a chicken, and then I never touched the game again. I played the beginning of... What was the other game on the Wii again? The one I gave you, that bluish helper that people either liked or didn't like. Skyward Sword. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. Skyward Sword. I played a little bit of Skyward Sword, but never, not even until the first full-on dungeon. And I did have the one on the Switch as well. Not Hyrule Warriors. Well, I do own Hyrule Warriors as well, but I don't mean the Warriors game, but the full game. Breath of the Wild, yeah. Though, to be fair, I sold that one because I didn't even leave the tutorial area. As much as I love the designs and the lore behind Zelda, I'm not good at them. Not alone just only the 2D ones. The 2D ones, I gotta admit that they're not really to my taste. I'm not a big fan of the top-down... I mean, I'm thinking of the really old Zeldas now, but I'm not a fan of the like top-down view and the pixely thingies running around. But if you had fun, that's nice to know. I have to admit, I'm a big sucker for like kind of, well, not realistic in the anime style sense 3D models. So like, you know, stuff like the Final Fantasy games from what they look like, that kind of stuff. Or like a full-on pixel game, but then it depends on the gameplay. It's my tastes are not easy to be met. Maybe try Ocarina of Time. It's really nice for starters. Maybe. Though on the other hand, I have so many other games I've yet to play. I think I will not be trying Zelda anytime soon. Any of the Zeldas. I'd rather watch other people who know what they're doing, who have more fun with that type of game. I'll stick to stuff I can do well. One day, maybe. I have plenty of other stuff to play. That is very true. That is very true. I'm also attempting to finish the game now that I've already gone into overtime, and it seems like we're maybe getting to the end of it all. We are on our way to hopefully fight the doll that's been going around killing people, so it should be the end. It's almost time. The moment that thought enters my mind, I can feel my body begin shivering. It may be a kind of excitement or a sense of dread. I'm not sure if it's a thing's trait or what it's learned from experience, but the doll never becomes active before nightfall. All the previous victims have gone missing at night. Since I know that particular habit, I was able to make it to the knick-knack shop before the doll succeeded at taking the manager away. I encountered the doll in daylight today, but that was an exception. Or perhaps it always moved around then, but at least it seems unable to demonstrate its full abilities as well as at night, because I was able to escape rather easily. I weigh every event of the past 5 years. The pursuit between myself and a doll. I don't remember anymore how many times I almost reached it but lost it, or how many dead ends I ran into when looking into the doll's history. I've been developing strategies against it while training myself without knowing how helpful they will be. 5 years went by in a flash. Even though I ended up saving nobody and accomplishing nothing at all, I've built up a lot of muscle and gained the courage to act even when I'm terrified. Plus, I was able to learn of a group of people known as the Disobeyers. I'm confident enough to say that the doll is now closer to me than it has ever been so far. Here it comes. The target seems to have become active earlier than I thought it would, probably because of the dimness in this building. Right now, sunlight is something I can take advantage of. Who knows whether it recognizes its surroundings through vision. My hand holding the katana is getting sweaty. Am I really in the right place at the right time? This is an abandoned factory that I found when I was looking for somewhere that I could lead the doll to. As far as my quick examination shows, there's no graffiti or trash that would hint at anyone recently visiting this place. And on top of that, there are few traces of any delinquents hanging around in there or anything that might attract ruin hunters. I think I'll be able to avoid getting anyone else involved in here. Perfect battlefield for me and the doll. I should have probably looked more into the place, but there's little time left for me. The enemy is within reach. I was thinking that I'd be scared even after 5 years of training. The encounter at the park wasn't anything like this life-threatening battle, and I thought that was why I could be composed back then. But my entire body's filled with excitement. Whatever I do, everything will be over. I can't leave any regrets. It's time to get moving. I'll strike first, that's my plan. 30 years were long enough to learn a lot about myself. I'm a slow starter and no good at making snap decisions. Knowing all that, I'm going to need to go all out from the start. My slash didn't even graze it. The doll had no trouble evading. I spent a lot of time evaluating my options before choosing this weapon. I also have a gun in my chest pocket, but I confirmed at the park that it doesn't deal any damage to the doll. Oh, he shot the doll in the park! And no one heard a gunshot? The doll moves too quickly. Shooting down a fast-moving animal would require extensive training even for a skilled shooter. Therefore, I decided it was best to switch from a point to a line and just swing it around like crazy. Shoot all the dolls! He's been training himself in a little bit of martial arts for 5 years, but that's not going to be enough to, I don't know, fight and win against a murder doll that has been doing this for 100 years. After my missed swing, an impact strikes my rigid body. It came from the side and blew me away. What just hit me? A tackle? I can still move and I'm holding my weapon. Having appraised my status, I forced myself out of the room.
習うのは剣道にしておけばよかったか。
No rush, I still need to find out how the 5 years have changed me. The fight has only just begun. Oh, good God. You got a lurky for now and need a snack and get hydrated and stuff. Oh, for sure! Get something to eat, get something to drink. Get some rest. And thank you for the lurky. Oh my God. Ooh, he gets an extra CG for it. I try my hardest to recover my breath, leaning back onto the wall. I don't know if the doll has any organs equivalent to human ears or eyes, but I think I'd better keep myself as silent as I can. Some kind of chemical seems to be pumping out in my brain. I've been lashing about for a while now, but I'm oddly calm. Oh, thank you for the hydrate time. Yeah. I keep coming up with one thought after another, none of which have anything to do with the battle that I'm currently engaged in, as if seeing a series of flashbacks before your death. Most of them are not related to the battle itself, but to the days I spent investigating my opponent. 5 years ago, the day when I turned in my resignation notice, I learned that Soejima had been sending money to his ailing parents in his hometown. I used to believe that his life was perfect, but he had his own problems too. Knowing the truth hardened my resolve. I knew I needed to plan and prepare. I could no longer stand allowing that doll to remain at large, so I decided to put an end to it, even if it was just to satisfy my own ego. I would do whatever I could to make it happen. 2 years later, I learned about an organization called the Disobeyers, which was the most helpful thing that had happened to me. And I spent another 2 years making contact with one of them, Susanadi. With the knowledge of their existence, I'm now at peace. Even if I fail, they'll definitely destroy the doll. All I need to do is give it my best shot. Woo! Now that I'm facing the doll, I can tell for certain that the worst thing about the weapon is its reach. Based on my years of experience in various martial arts, I can't think of anything that would work against such a weapon. Yet I wouldn't say I have zero hope. There's one thing that I realized back when the doll sold to the Knickknack shop manager. However inhuman it may be, it still exists in the same world as I do. Even though its strength and speed are beyond incredible, you can treat it as some kind of wild animal. I still don't know what mechanism keeps it going, but at least it doesn't seem to have any fantastical powers like burning its surroundings or making your heart stop through eye contact. I can reliably evade its attacks, if barely. At first I almost picked up some sort of blunt weapon for ease of use, but changed my mind because I had no idea if the opponent could feel any pain. It doesn't. Or like, we don't know if it can feel pain, we know that if it does feel it, it ignores the pain, so... Instead I chose a katana which I got my hands on via illegal means. You probably also got your hands on the gun by illegal means, but even if it doesn't bleed, cutting parts should still do the trick. So for that you actually have to hit it. Except I can't hit it. I'm backing off step by step, making feints. Ooh! The doll's attacks send bits of concrete flying and some of them strike me. It won't kill me, but little hits like that will wear me down if I don't do something. Oh, I dodged by a hair, to be more accurate by my jacket. Feeling a rush of heat on my right arm, I shoot a quick glance at it and find my skin is still unbroken. One thing for sure though is that I'm going to end up cornered if I remain in this room. Yeah, maybe the abandoned factory is was not the best idea you could have had for this fight, but luckily for me the next room has a blind spot by its entrance. I know I'm not going to last too long. I'm slowing down every passing moment while my enemy never tires. It's just a matter of time before my legs stop moving. It's now or never. I've got to go all out. Waiting on my enemy's arrival, I hold my breath as the disquieting sound of metal echoes through the entire building. The time will come within seconds. I focus all my attention on it. Stress and excitement almost make me shout out, but I struggle not to. I've waited 5 years for this. I can wait a few seconds more. I can and won't forgive the doll. I'm going to put all that emotion into a single slash. One more breath and the doll arrives at the perfect position for my attack. It's time to gather all my strength in my arms. Maybe don't scream when you try to surprise someone. It didn't hit. Didn't even leave a scratch. I failed. 5 years of regret and penance for nothing. Just like my life before where I couldn't find any meaning in living. No, that can't be true. I hope not. I hope I've done something worthwhile, if even only a little. My legs are terribly worn out, trembling. I doubt I could make it out of here alive even if I tried. This is the end of my life. At least because of the walking around I did with these legs, I was able to draw the disobeyer's attention. I'm not sure how good they are, but if the rumors are anything to go by, they'll take care of the doll. Yeah, I did great. In order to make up for the stupid thing I've done, I've given up everything to face that invincible monster. This time I didn't run away. That's why there's nothing I'm going to miss. There's nothing that I'm going to miss. Yeah, there's nothing.
ないわけないだろう
Strength returns to my body with such force that it feels like my blood is about to boil. As the doll swings his weapon like a reaper's scythe, I move toward it and roll under the attack. A vocal track? Damn! Evading my attack, I take off running without even looking back. I must retreat for now. I better avoid going straight or I get caught soon. A vocal track and it's not even our main character fighting this fight yet. Holy shit. While running, I recall one thing after another that happened for the last 5 years. Striking a blow at the doll has been my reason to live. At first it might be No, I read it right. At first it might have been only for the sake of atonement. I had regret, sorrow and longing for the way I lived my life before that. But it's his flame surpassing any of those emotions that has helped this stupid, weak man overcome any hardships and keep himself going. To put a name on it is wrath. Seems like the game had a bigger budget than we originally anticipated. Yeah! It really does seem that way. While investigating, I visited various kinds of places and met plenty of people. They were all left behind by the missing people. As far as I found out, the doll claimed nearly a 3-digit number of victims. Those who owned the doll and used its powers just like me and the shop manager, they just asked for it. But why would the rest of them have to disappear? One of them was the father of a little child. One of them was a woman whose wedding was to be held in 6 months. Each and every one of those I met was in deep sorrow, mourning for their loss. A girl crying out for her father. A young man waiting for his beloved to return to him safely. I tried to tell them the truth countless times, but how could I possibly do that? If they had taken my words as a joke, it would have just worsened their feelings. If they had believed me, they might have challenged the doll and been drawn into this nightmare. They can't even learn why those important to them vanished. They can't ever know. All they can do is shed tears until their eyes turn red and scream until their throats go hoarse. How cruel it is that there's no way for them to know why they have to experience those losses. Not only hundreds of human lives, but the dolls even ruined all the precious moments that were supposed to be spent together by them and their families. What's right, what's wrong, how terrible is my guilt? I might not be able to figure them out even after years pass, but there's one thing that I can tell for sure. The doll's unfairness must not be forgiven, and that is why I've decided to tackle it with my own life. Each time I listen to someone's story, I shed a tear and clench my hand into a fist with anger. I must stand and fall for them all and face the dawn. hurriedly roll down the stairs while tiny shots of rubble stab into my back. How powerless I am to be unable to even run away. I'm really feeling annoyed by the fact that I haven't even succeeded at landing just one blow on the doll using everything that I've acquired these last 5 years. Apparently I'm still as awkward. Now I've completely lost my desire to put an end to the doll with my own hands. I'm not even hoping for it. Even if I'm facing the undefeatable, I must make it understand what it deserves. Not yet. I've got to press on. Another swing of the scythe of death passes right above my head. Even a glancing blow from it would end me. I don't care if death is my punishment. I'd be happy to accept it. I don't mind sacrificing the rest of my life if that helps me strike a blow against the monster before me. No matter how small, I must do something for those who are left behind. These 5 years of mine are all about delivering their grief and anger to the doll. Now. Bracing myself, I receive the doll's finely timed attack. My left arm feels broken and probably some ribs too. Who cares? I'm standing here prepared to lose much more. My whole body is infused with fury over the doll and its unfairness. Now is the time to fight back. My position is perfect. In the process of swinging down my katana, something runs through my mind. What if I'd never run into the doll? I see Sojima nagging me for my mistakes. I see myself working at the boring and obnoxious workplace, feeling irritated by the slacking of my lazy boss. Fascinating images like those go through my head. The monster evades even my best strike by far. There's an unpassable wall standing between me and that thing. The word death crosses my mind as the doll mechanically raises its lethal weapon. Instead of preparing myself to dodge it, I try to strike again. If my life doesn't suffice to attack it, then I'll just offer something more. Considering the rest of my stamina and the distance between the doll and me, if I take one more step forward, there won't be any room to evade the doll's incoming slash. Just one hit is enough. That's all I desire, even if it won't deal fatal damage, even if it means that my life ends here. As soon as the doll takes my strike, I'm drawn into despair. It feels like I'm hitting a wall. I can sense that my attack didn't deal any damage at all. The finishing attack is so fast that it's only barely recognizable. I'm not afraid to die. My only regret is that I couldn't even manage to deliver a decent strike to the doll. Death is right at hand. My life will soon come to an end here in this abandoned building, colored by the sunset's glow. Or so I thought. A human body seems to make a surprisingly blunt sound when chopped apart. To my surprise, I don't feel any pain. No, this isn't right at all.
いい叫び声だ。思ったより人間臭いところあるじゃないか。
Ew! It's not my skin or eyes, but my ears at first sense a change in the situation. They caught an animated, intelligent voice that they'd heard just a couple of days ago.
この人形の100年とあんたの5年間の比べ合い。勝負はあんたの勝ちだよ。
Oh, that's a cool CG. The crimson hair waving in the twilight resembles a dawn that drives away the night. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is beyond surprise, it's blood-curdling. The murder weapon that has produced an enormous number of victims has been stopped in its tracks by the left arm of a long-haired young man.
安心しな。もう少しで全てが終わる。
Even though the muscleless doll is trying to cut into his arm, its body audibly creaking at the effort, the man remains unmoving. How is that possible when a weapon's even capable of wrecking concrete walls and floors? I know full well how destructive it is because I was facing it until a minute ago. My brain hasn't yet caught up with what's going on right in front of me.
いやー、なかなか大したもんだな、この人形も。
The man snorts with laughter at the doll that no one could ever escape, treating it like a trivial thing. He may look human, but perhaps he's something completely different. A dark and oppressive aura has surrounded me until now, but a single word from him blows that away. Seemingly having realized that it can't simply power through his obstacle, the doll steps back and delivers another strike with the momentum created by dashing and half-turning.
物事を判断する知能もあるらしい。
The tall man doesn't even tremble in the slightest. Now that I'm calm enough to understand what's happening, I can tell he has no intention of dodging any of the doll's attacks. A loud dull sound fills the room again. I finally figure out what that is. It is the sound of the doll's weapon crashing into Suzunani's body. I can recognize that fact, but I can't understand it. How could anyone not budge an inch when struck by a blow that can easily demolish shelves and pillows? Even if he's equipped with some kind of blade-proof vest under his jacket, it doesn't make any sense that he can stay put after the doll's attacks. I'm starting to suspect that this man is ignoring some kind of law of this world much more than even a walking doll. The doll's next move is a slash from one side to the other, and it's not aimed at the obstacle, but the original target. I squeeze my eyes shut and the shaking reaches me. I can tell it wasn't by the doll because it's coming from the ground. I open my eyes less than a second later to see, through the thick dust in the air, several huge lumps of concrete and the doll collapse on the ground. The doll's slash must have grazed him, as some of his beautiful crimson hairs mixed in with the dust. The doll lying on the ground in a quake from below. Just what happened while my eyes were closed? The young man turns to look at me, showing an amused smile instead of answering my question. Wait, that's it? You're telling me that was a fight? I wish he'd take this more seriously. Without paying any attention to the madness behind him, Venus relaxed his body as if the battle was over. I deliver a kick to the back of the doll's unguarded head. Dean, why no offense?
今回の制圧担当は高校生だろ。それに俺の潰し方じゃ、あの人形がかわいそうだ。
I can't believe it. He's even showing mercy to the doll. The doll is getting back on its feet, creaking. Just so you know, I'm not gonna be as soft as you and Nanashi.
わかってるよ。だからこその高校生。
Ah, okay, it's not over. I was about to be upset that, you know, it was nice that Tamada got his scene, but like, really? You're really just going to have them go, oh, well, we're too overpowered for the doll. Boom, it's over. Standing up, the doll dashes out of the room. Hey!
あなたたちは一体
何を今さらあんたは俺の正体を知った上で接触してきたはずだろ
Are you alright? Tamada doesn't look to be badly hurt, but he may have internal injuries or concussion.
大丈夫です
At least he's alive. I should be glad about that for now. Well, that's what Rin decided on. There's no way it could have turned out otherwise.
まあ戻ってくることはないと思うがここは任せろ
Understood. I'm going after it.
釈迦に説法だけど一つ高校生の予想は当たりだ
I knew it.
気をつけろよ
I might have a hard time then. Even if the doll gets away, we know where it'll end up though. We settled this today.
だな
What were you right about? Share with the class. The class is me. Tamada wordlessly watches the young man run off as fast as the doll. Everything seems as surreal to him as looking at slipshot CGs.
自称副島じゃなくて田村さんあんた大したもんだ
Suzunari calls out to the stunned man.
私は何も
Tamada is acutely aware of how powerless he was against the doll, but Suzunari shakes his head in denial.
あんたが動かなければ今もこれからも人形は闇に潜ったままだったあの人形を止めたのはあんただ
ですがかすり傷一つ負わせられませんでした
接触してみて分かったけどあの人形は化け物さ周囲の状態を見れば分かるここまで逃げ切れただけでも波じゃない
Suzunari seems to mean it, not sounding sarcastic at all. A feeling resembling awe is now awakening in Tamada toward him, considering he deals with monsters like that on a regular basis.
自分の成し遂げたことに胸を張りなよ
胸を張るなんて
There's no way he could be proud. Memories of the last 5 years flow through his head.
ご家族やご友人に謝罪しようとも思う
経験上やめといた方がいい
警察に届け出ようとも思いました
下手をすれば誘拐犯として疑われていたさ
何度かあと一歩のところで
まともにぶつかっていたら あんたはもっと早く死んでいた。
If I'd done something different, I could have saved someone. That's what Tamana's been telling himself every night for the past 5 years.
祭ろわぬものっていう名称には従わないものって意味があるらしい。
Tamana is puzzled by the sudden change of subject.
従わない？
それはこの世界の常識だったり真理だったりと言われてる。どういうことかはさっきの俺を見ればわかるだろう。
それははい。
そんな無茶苦茶な奴らの中でもさ、過去を変えられる力を持った奴だけは今まで一度も存在したこと
I mean, maybe there's someone you and they've just been rewriting history, so you don't know they exist, but I get it.
例えばあの人形を一撃で倒せる力を持っているような人間でもそれだけは同じなんだ。人は絶対に後ろには過去には戻れない。
つまり前を向くしかないと。
いや、いつまでも苦しむしかないって話だ。
Tamada is astonished that Cincinnati is strong enough to declare that. He thinks this man may be able to answer the question he's been burdened with for years. But the moment he tries to open his mouth to speak, the sound of a distant clash rings out.
始まったな。
今のは
高校生が人形に追いついた音だ。
あの少年は大丈夫なんですか？
Cincinnati looks so composed that Tamada almost thought everything had been settled.
気になるんだとしても近づくのは無理だよ。高校生の力は異形か人間かを選ばないもう
毒。
それに安心しなって。高校生は絶対に勝つ。これは期待じゃなくて確定事項だ。あの人形は理不尽をまき散らしすぎた。だからもう高校生には勝てないよ。
He's completely correct. After all, if Cincinnati's powers come from the desire to protect others, and Makava U's come from... Stop not telling me what it is! Ah! After all, his powers come from... Scene change. Okay. That's why he's so powerful, because we have so many scene changes all the time. After a couple of minutes chase, I spot the door waiting for me. It must have tried to find a way out, but now it seems to have realized it's trapped in a cage I set. Actually facing a door like this, I'm impressed how magnificent it looks as a piece of art. But once I slide my gaze down to the awkward metal plate in its hand, all its charm is rapidly lost. Just how many lives were taken by that thing? Even thinking about it disgusts me. I really need to take stock of my emotions now. A disobeyor's powers are activated through a particular emotion. Lin, for instance, requires the will to protect someone. As for me, I wonder what regrets they might have had. Hundreds of people, afraid and alone, brutally dismembered. They were all killed without knowing where they were in an unfamiliar darkness. They must have asked, why me? They must have screamed in pain and anguish. I wonder what regret they must have felt at their last moments. Oh, so it's regret, huh? How many people's futures have been stolen? The tomorrow they've taken for granted never came. Thinking about that produces an intense impulse within me that almost fries my reason. There's no need to restrain myself anymore. This is the best method possible to put an end to this nightmare. I shuffle to the side, staring at the doll. The doll turns its head, following my movement. It may have some kind of sense of vision, or perhaps it merely pretends to have one. Whatever the case, I'm just going to let it launch the first attack. That be a deal, since parrying is my specialty. A baleful aura emerges out of the doll, spreading throughout the room. It's nearly identical to that of a beast or a human variant. Once the auras fill the entire room, the battle commences. The doll draws close without making any sound. It's holding its weapon over its head. Contrary to its adorable appearance, it seems to be quite aggressive. But by returning a 1-2 punch, I teach it that such wide swings won't work against me. The doll sides back and charges towards me again. I slap away the rubble sent flying by our clash. After exchanging several blows, we draw away from each other. The doll, despite its small build, depends on feats of strength, while I'll deal with its attacks with speed. Whew! I'm sorry, it's what now? It's an indefatigable... What? Ability. Indefatigable... Whatever that means. Makes it possible for it to keep moving seamlessly. I lose sight of the opponent for a moment because of its curved approach. I sidestep a blow aimed at my hand. I then seize its head and smash it into the ground. Yikes! The doll's body rebounds from the ground. I try to follow up with a kick, but the doll evades it by jumping back as if riding a blast wave of an explosion. Its true character is starting to come to light. It runs and jumps without using its lower body. I hate to say this when it's earnestly pretending to be human, but nothing human can be found in those movements. The doll appears more alert now. We both wait and see who will make the next move. The one who breaks the hold is... That is the doll's fourth opening gambit. I evade the storm of murder's intent. Evaded, and then evaded. I guess it's about time to get myself up a little bit. I cross counter along the doll's arm. This technique is meant for using leverage to break the arm. So you dropped your weapon now. That freaks me out. As far as my analysis goes, the doll doesn't seem to sense pain. In spite of that, it gave up its weapon in order to minimize the damage it took. It does have a survival instinct, which means that it knows that sometimes it has to back off to accomplish its goals. Not a surprise though, that's got to be how it escaped notice for so long. I can hear sounds around me and sense a subtle quake. Looks like you're about to show me all you've got. Ooh! In the next moment, several gigantic building materials start floating in the air and... fly at me. A test of your reflexes. I take evasive action. Several tests of your reflexes. Lumps of metal and concrete try to strike me down one after another. So you can handle stuff that heavy too. I'm convinced that my guess was right after seeing the thrust performed by the doll's invisible hands. This is the power that the doll has acquired to pretend to be human. It allows it to take on traits of those who created it. It makes it possible to move itself and handle tools like we humans do. And the doll has been wielding that power to swing around its deadly weapon, unlock the windows and doors, and skewer the people on a hook. Psychokinesis. I know there must be a better way to describe it, but it's like an invisible hand. And that's probably... I can see 1, 2, 3 pieces of material floating in the air. This is the first attack of my own in this battle. I draw close to the doll without any hesitation. As soon as the doll recognizes my approach, one of the lamps falls to the ground. I was expecting the power could handle multiple objects at a time, but it turns out it's only up to 3. My guess was 4, but given how forceful the power appears, the number makes sense to me. 1 for its own body and 2 for tools in both hands. Debris flies from the sides and I evade them instinctively. And another new CG. Right after the doll charges towards me. It really... I love the art style. I roll on the ground to reduce my momentum. Apparently the tackle blew me a few meters away. Without studying my surroundings. I roll on toward the left, dodging the doll's next slash. Good, I've got no bruises or slashes. Right before receiving a doll's tackle, I felt a weight on my body. That has to be its power. That explains why I didn't use it against me until now. The power apparently isn't as effective on a living as on a non-living, at least not on human beings. Now I know everything it's capable of. Its power may be extremely dangerous to ordinary people. But I'm not ordinary. Because I'm the main character. The doll has to be upset about this furious combat between us. It has to be upset that this material continues to resist, unlike all the others that stopped moving after a little use of its powers. I can see the doll growing wary. It's not acting as forcefully as at the beginning anymore, but I better stay alert. It's still radiating just as much bloodlust. It begins circling me. I notice it holding its special tool in its hand. The circling speeds up so much that everything before feels like a joke. Hi TK, good evening! I hope you're good. I'm surprised by how fast it is. The incredible velocity creates a sound and provides it more strength. The doll must mean to finish me. I don't think so. Its speed is amazing, I admit, but the faster it tries to get, the more straightforward its rhythm becomes. It's actually pretty easy to deal with a steady speed. Even if the doll accelerates itself to the degree that my eyes can follow, I can smash it. All I need to do is time my counterattack. I begin concentrating. With a crash, the window behind me shatters and broken glass rains to the ground. The whole room is now released from the slight sense of tension. It feels like a fresh wind has blown it out. Quickly turning around, I only find my own shadow on the floor. It got away. I never thought it would run at this point. That makes sense though. I'm just an obstacle. There's no reason it has to eliminate me. So it's human in this regard too. Oh, thank you for the posture check, wait. Okay. Relaxing out of my battle mode, I quickly head outside to contact the intelligence department member on standby there. Really? Ah! God damn it! My hunch was right. The two of them are still there. They seem to have stayed behind without leaving the building. The doll got away, but I put a few wedges in it.
それでまだ動くってことは手加減したのか？
No, the dolls are good. I think Rocco was right when he said it grows from experience. Honestly, I can't imagine how bad things could have turned out if Tamada hadn't let the doll to himself. Unnoticed by anyone, the doll has been growing for the last 100 years. That sends a shiver down my spine.
いずれにしても次で罪だな。
You can bet on it. It's a shame that I wasn't able to finish it here, but the doll is under pursuit by the intelligence department. Besides, it is now too hurt to fight the same way as before.
場所は中学生の読み通りかね。
It's just like it's returning home.
でも100を超える人間を二度と家には帰れなくしておいて自分だけ暖かい家にってわけにはいかないわ。
Indeed, that's why I'm going to end this.
俺はこの人ともう少し話をしてくるよ。
You got it. I'll take care of the rest. I mean, make sure to give him the message.
分かってるよ。
The longest night will be over at last. But will it be over though?
終わりですか？
With the threat to life gone, Tamada is seized with a sense of
この
lethargy.
先私はどう罪をあがないばいいんですか？
The doll has been not just Tamada's mark, but the icon of his guilt. Now that he's off the stage, there's nothing left to connect him with this case. The victims, the culprit, and the evidence, nothing related to this case will ever be revealed to the world.
これは俺の推測だけどあんたは多分仕事や会社の愚痴を言っただけなんじゃないか。
かもしれませんし、もっとひどいことを言ったのかもしれない。
Tamada isn't trying to cover it up. He actually can't recall. To him, it feels like something that happened ages ago.
銃と知らずに引き金を引いたっていう話ならその無知ささえも罪になるかもしれないな。少なくともあれは違うだろう。
Praying to a doll kills people. Even Cincinnati, who's surrounded by the extraordinary, couldn't have foreseen it.
先輩と課長、罪のない二人の未来を奪った。それが全てです。
あんたが自分自身をどれだけ責めても俺や俺たちは感謝しているよ。
感謝。
あんたがいなければ俺たちはこの件に気づくこともなかった。あんたが動いたことで雑貨屋の腕は残され人形の事件が明るみに出た。そうでなければ雑貨屋の件は強盗の仕業と片付けられ、
Yeah.
人形はもっと多くの命を奪い続けただろうさ。
Cincinnati means it. He's not just trying to make Tamada feel better, though he's sure it won't come across.
私のしたことは無駄ではなかったと。
少なくともこれから消えるはずだった何人もの未来はつないだ。
Tamada stares into space, biting his lip. Cincinnati thinks that this expressionless man may be too hard on himself. Words of sympathy won't ease his mind. The only thing that could help him would be...
俺は神様でもないし裁判官でもない。だから他人の罪や罰っていうのを決めることも教えることもできない。でもそれをあんた自身が考えるための材料なら提供できる。
Tamada gives Cincinnati a pleading look.
これは添島の最後の言葉だ。
先輩の？
Tamada's face stays unchanged, but his eyes show that he's shaken by it.
ああ、行方不明になる日の夕方、友人との会話でこんなことを言ってたそうだ。田村にはいつまでも不器用なままでいてほしい。
何ですかそれ。
The eyes of the man who was once described as a no mask are misting over. You can stay the way you are. Tamura never knew such heartwarming words existed.
俺には今もあんたが副島って男が望んだままの不器用な男に見えるけどな。
No. It is a chance to hear words like that again. There's no way to know what the future holds, but I think about how I'm going to live instead of how I'm going to die, Tamura decides.
俺の見立ては間違ってたらしい。人形みたいな男だって思ってたけど。
Oh.
あんた、そんな顔もできるんだ。
You know, when we began this chapter, I really didn't think like a side character like him would become so important. The man's cry resonates throughout the whole building that the fires of Common had abandoned. Tamura's 5-year-long journey has ended here. No. Location select, question mark, question mark, question mark. The rundown house in which the dolls spent 100 years in use is at the year. After passing a sign saying authorized personnel only, I walked down a rather narrow mountain path for around 15 minutes. When I arrive, I find a young man standing there, who should be the last person you would expect in this kind of bloody place. Nanashi going outside is already rare enough, and being in the mountains like this is even rarer. So you came too, Nanashi?
ええ、せめて僕が代わりに見届けるべきかと思いまして、柏場さんに連れてきていただきました。
On behalf of who?
さあ、誰なんでしょうかね。もちろんお邪魔はしませんよ。僕はミスター足手まといですから、型がつくまでは外にいます。
That'll make things easier, yeah.
早速行かれますか。
Is it all in there?
ええ。七瀬さんの予想は的中しました。ここが彼女の帰る場所であり、行き止まりです。
So it's her home. I recall the conversation I had with Dean back at the abandoned factory. Just how many people can't return home because of the doll?
全力を持って外敵を排除しようとするでしょうか。ここから逃走するとは思えません。
Got it.
しかし、残念です。ユウさんがいらっしゃったのなら、私はお役御免ですから、もしかすれば、私の手で決着をつけることができるかとも思ったのですが、まあ、のんびり外で待たせてもらいますよ。
Apparently, Udoku hasn't had to face the doll here, which I think means that it's remained inactive since it returned. That indicates that the blow that I gave it several hours ago was pretty effective. Aren't you going to accompany me to report the result?
100% 確定したストーリーほど見ていて退屈なものはないです。彼女とユウさんでは差があり邪魔になるといけませんので、すべて片付いてから確認だけさせていただきます。
Sounds like he has trust in me. Since Udoku had a fight with the doll, his words are really assuring.
そうそう。中の清掃は済んでいますから。
No more dead bodies in there? Thank you. Nuku mentions it quite casually, but if this place is the atelier Nanashi spoke of, then there had to be a considerable amount of materials in there. I appreciate that I won't need to desecrate the deceased.
ねえ、ユウさん。
What is it?
人間のようになってほしいって、それってどういう意味でしょうね。
As far as I can tell, the doll is the incarnation of one man's insane desire, but a few pieces of paper are the only thing I know about the dollmaker's history. You can't learn everything about a person's life from just that. There's no way I can understand what he was really thinking.
ただ、動いて欲しかったのでしょうか。彼女と話でもしたかったのでしょうか。それとも本当の娘や恋人のようになって欲しかった
But
の
he
か。
probably did not want her to be a killer. Nobody knows anymore.
彼女は人に形を歪められ続けてきたように思えるんです。
I wonder what kind of feeling he has right now wearing a disgusted face. Words wouldn't be able to express it accurately because that's something only he, who loves objects the same way one loves people, can understand.
彼女がね、最初からそれを目的とされて作られた道具なら文句はむしろ見事だと褒めてあげたい。
If that were the way she was meant to be, huh?
でも今の彼女はそうじゃない。彼女を作った人間の思いとは遠く離れた場所にいるように思えます。もう 誰にも喜ばれなければ褒められることもないのに、それでも作り手の思いを守るべく動き続けています。だからユウさん、お願いします。彼女を本来の形に戻して休ませてあげてください。
Nanashi's worried for the doll. To him, she's just another victim. I can't understand that. That's the way my trade is, and that's the source of my power. I may not be able to understand the doll's feelings, but I can at least understand what Nanashi's words mean. I can understand the feeling of a boy who sympathizes, worries about, and wants to save someone else. Got it. It's time to finish this. You've been saying it's time to finish this for the entire past hour, my good dude. And there's even some path leading through the dolls at the year. There's even some side scenes. Jesus Christ.
ユウさんは
I shouldn't have
大
done
丈夫
this.
ですかね。
おや、あなたが人間の心配とは珍しいですね。
乗客を失うのは痛手ですからね。それに彼が来なくなると芋づる式におちびさんたちも来なくなるでしょ。
ナナシさんらしい発言です。
Kashiwaba can see through Nanashi's white lie, although he avoids pointing it out. He doesn't really care who Nanashi's worried about, whether it be you or the
話
doll.
題の子は急激に成長を遂げているんですよね。それこそユウさんとの戦いの最中にもその動きを見て成長するのでは。
心配ありませんよ。どれだけ人形が急成長してもユウさんは負けません。一度拳を交わした自分が断言します。
他の皆さんからすれば愚かな質問なのかもしれませんが、
それは本当に愚問ですよ、ナナシさん。
僕は戦いの知識も腕も持ちません。でもクリさんやリンさんからは圧倒的な彫像のような凄みを感じるんです。
ナナシさんの目には
ですが
ユウさんにはそれがない。
正直な話、
そうですか。戦いに身を置かない者からすればそう見えるんですかね。
Kashiwaba is surprised at how much sense it makes to him. And next to Tsunade and Kuri, Amakava Yu doesn't possess a miraculous body. He's likely just as human as Kashiwaba is. As a genius of objects, Nanashi must be sensitive to that. Kashiwaba, on the other hand, recognizes that Yu is on the same level as Tsunade and Kuri.
そうですね。彼の強さを支える要素はいくつかあるのですが、戦いの場に身を置かないナナシさんにもわかるように、そのうちの一つを解説すると、引き出しの多さとその引き出しを開ける速さですか。
引き出しですか。
例えば、あの人形は音もなく移動します。
Remembering that night, Kashiwaba feels anew the temptation to join the fight.
しかも、痛覚も疲れもありません。念力のような力を使い、移動も攻撃もこなします。
僕なら3秒でやられちゃう自信がありますよ。
おそらくユウさんはその全ての状況に遭遇した経験。
まさか。
Nanashi can't help but be startled by how someone who's just a few years older than him is living in a whole different world.
私は鈴なりさんのように面白くもない冗談を言う趣味はありません。
本当なんですか。
単純にそれだけの経験を彼はしてきたんですよ。そして彼が今この場にいることは、それらの状況を切り抜けてきたと
So
いう
he's simply that
証拠
strong
です。
because he already had to fight against all of these kinds of stuff before? Him being here proves that he beat all the variants that he faced. Amakawa Yu is one of the best fighters among the entire ranks of the Disobeyers.
姿形やその歴史を見れば、あの人形はまさに化け物なんでしょう。ですが、戦いに関する知識を10や20増やしたところで、今更勝てはしないんです。相手はその1000倍、万倍の引き出しを持つのです。
So we have one extremely overpowered main character. Good to know. Me. Double time.
だから負けない。
人の形と心を持ってはいても、ユウさんの方がよほど利害の化け物ですよ。
Can this extraordinary monster fucking beat our doll now? So I can, I don't know, finish the game? This is why I shouldn't do overtime when I don't know how long I have left in a game. I pat down a squeaky floor. According to our research, this place has been abandoned for nearly 100 years. The inside is surprisingly clean, even though the outside just looks like a dilapidated hovel. I think I'm dying. I've seen too new. The intelligence department probably cleaned us up along with the atelier. Or the doll did it. No, that's impossible. Apparently my impression of the doll has been confused by the human-like behavior it exhibited when I fought it. I keep advancing through the dark corridor. This degree of darkness won't cause me any problems when it comes to combat. I fought in complete darkness many times. I can't count how many times I've been attacked silently from overhead and behind. I struck thousands of blows against those whose skin is hard as wood or metal. The previous fight with the doll has made up for what I lacked, and I remain alert for the possibility that the doll still has tricks up its sleeve. I'm confident that the outcome won't change unless the doll only showed half of what it had back at the factory. I entered the second room since I started searching, and there it is. It appears to be too damaged to maintain its pretense of humanity. It's now sticking to the ceiling like a spider. If you want to be a human, you should act more like one. Actually, I like what it looks like now, because that makes it easier for me to fight it. The doll drops from the ceiling, using the power of its lunge to dive toward me. I counter the doll's strange attack with a plain blow. In the moment of the crossing, I feel a slight weight on my attacking arm. But it isn't as heavy as before. She has to be that weak now. Ironically, it feels like just a small human girl grabbing hold of my arm. As I take a step forward, the doll slides back by the same amount. It looks like it's avoiding me. Is it instinct? Whatever it is, the doll clearly has the capacity to learn. It's obvious. The doll has been copying people to make itself more human. That means it possesses a mechanism that lets it accumulate experience. Yet, escaping isn't an option for her because this is the place it must protect. Checkmate is just a few moves away. An explosive sound strikes my ears from all directions. The doll jumps and slides around freely at a speed much higher than back in the factory. It's now releasing all the power that it acquired to make itself human. The sound wave is destroying my hearing, but I remain calm because I somehow saw this coming. Oh, you did. Most variants that lose their last sparkle or inflammation of emotion when they feel that death is imminent. It's similar to the final brilliant burst the sparkler gives off before burning out. The doll's too fast to track by sight, but it doesn't mean I can't follow its movement. The doll produces a really subtle sound when it turns, which I would never mistake. I shoot off a counterattack. The doll's speed no longer matters. I just need to slightly move my arm and lower back while it's tackling 2 odd meters away. My attack must have dealt terrible damage to the doll. It practically ran straight into a stake. The doll can move around only haltingly now, as if its joints are all rusted. It hasn't grown enough to use feints or mimic something. In fact, the flame within it is on the verge of being extinguished. The doll should be too damaged to keep fighting for much longer. The doll tries to charge, but it only looks like it's slowly stepping forward, as gentle and fragile as a real little girl. I evade even that with care. Variants can bring unimaginable strength to bear in the last moments, and I'm far too experienced to risk being caught off guard. Obviously, the evasion was not necessary. The doll falls to the floor, unable to support its own weight. All that's left to do is deliver the finishing blow. That will end the hollow life of the doll that desperately tried to make itself human. The doll struggles to get back to its feet, its body creaking. It looks so much like a person desperate to live that I can't help pausing. Knowing that I won't get any answers, I ask a question to Miyama, who started all of this. Is this what you wanted the doll to be? What am I thinking? It's nothing more than a vessel. I'm about to make it just another doll the way it originally was. Who would blame me for it?
Yusa.
Don't fucking do that, bro. The boy's call holds my determined finishing blow. Stop! Enough! It's still dangerous here, Nanashi. I know his abilities aren't meant for fighting. Although the doll doesn't seem to have any strength left, I still alert for the possibility of an unexpected
大
attack.
丈夫です。あの子の中の明かりはもうほとんど残っていません。動くこともままならないでしょう。
Nanashi fearlessly walks towards the doll. It seems like the doll's not just pretending to be down.
もういいんだよ。
He starts talking to the doll in a gentle, comforting
君に
voice.
始まりを望んだ人間も君を歪めた人間ももうこの世にはいないから。だからね、君も少し休もう。
He talks to the doll as if talking to a baby. That makes me realize what brought him all the way here. He wanted to witness the last moments of the doll that has been used and hated. He's a disobeyer of attachment, which allows him to sense the thoughts buried inside objects. I don't know how it works. Maybe he can hear the doll's voice or
ユウ
thoughts.
さん、最後お願いできますか？
With his back toward me, I can see what expression he's wearing on his face. Of course. Walking past him, I get down on one knee. When I look at the doll's face, I still only see an artificial mask. I see it struggling to get to its feet, but that's never going to happen. The doll has taken so much from a lot of people, but Nanashi says people have taken its true purpose too. If everyone has lost something, just what's good about it? I get irritated feeling like even those losses are meaningless. There's still a lot of things left unknown, but one thing for sure is that I need to put an end to this farce. I delicately put my hand on the doll's cheek and
おや
hear
すみ。
the boy gently whisper. School? On my way to school, I stumble into someone familiar walking ahead of me and speak up. Morning, Ogawa.
おはよう天川くん。
Seeing her smile makes me feel secure that I've returned to my high school life. It's been like a week, I guess.
うん、なんだかもっと長く感じたけど。
To me, it felt much shorter. I can remember her parting smile at the school gate as though it happened just 2 or 3 days
そ
ago.
うなんだ。
Yeah.
私は前半が特に暇だったからかな。
Were you home the whole time?
うん。駅の方には何回か出かけたけど。
I see.
天川くんはゴールデンウィークはどうだったの？
Stressful. There was this big event.
それって私が聞いても大丈夫？
I could see her being as indirect as she usually gets at times like this. She must be concerned about the phone conversation we had the other day. Of course.
じゃあどんなイベントだったの？
One of my classmates texted and called me.
それって
That was the first time in my whole life, not counting when someone informed me about school events and stuff. Which is why that was a big event. Also, it drove my family rather crazy. Not just the kids, even mom wouldn't stop teasing me.
そっか。それは大イベントだね。
Absolutely.
そのクラスメートさんからの連絡以外には何かなかったの？
Nothing in particular. Just the usual. Yeah, those were just usual days for me.
そっか。
What about you, Ogawa? Did you have fun?
うん。後半の方にすごく楽しいことがあったよ。
Is there something that I can ask you about?
もちろん。でもこれを聞いたら天川くん腰を抜かして1週間くらい体育の授業に出られなくなっちゃうかも。
I seriously doubt anything that shocking will ever happen to me.
そっか。じゃあ話すけど、最近妹さんと弟さんが謎の人物と遊んでるとかそんな話聞いてない？
Yeah, they did. It really doesn't make sense to... Wait, what? How does she know that?
それってね、私のことなの。
Huh?
私ね、ゴールデンウィーク中に2人と友達になったんだよ。
Hmm?
しずくちゃんとじゅんくんと。
I can say this for sure. There's nothing more exciting than spending time with Ogawa. Answering scenario number 6. Wow! Wow! Early on I was wondering. We're missing one. We're missing one despite us getting in. Oh my god. A boy enters the ramen shop before hours wearing a rather serious look on his face.
お、何か食べるかい？
何も食べませんよ。
あ らの
そもそも営業時間中じゃありませんよね。
それを言うならお前は学校に行ってる時間でしょうに。
The two men agree through eye contact to drop this banter.
それでこんなに朝早く一体何用だ？
This fake cook is bothering to ask, even though he knows perfectly well what the answer is. There's only one reason Anashi would be here right now.
あの子の話です。
あの子っていうと人形のことか。
え
ええ。あの人形について何を話したいんだ？
え、おやすさんならば気づかないはずがないと思いますが、あの子の寿命の話です。
Material variants can be born only when objects take in human thoughts or emotions. Unlike other variants, they never come into the world by letting out their own thoughts or emotions because they don't possess any to begin with. And that fact shortens their lifetime. The emotions that fuel them are gradually exhausted once there's no one to pour more in. In the case of the doll, once the dollmaker died. Basically, material variants can keep going until they've consumed all the human emotions gained before they became a variant.
年の割にはやんちゃな娘さんだとは思ってたぜ。
But she survived for over for 100 years.
やっぱり100年前に生まれ、そこから昨日の夜まで彼女は仏医であり続けた。これは珍しいですが、ありえない話ではないかと。
あれだけ吐き出して回ってた仏医としては長く持った方だわな。
However, although she claimed a two-digit number of victims every year for a period after her birth, the number did lower as time passed. There were only 2 victims 2 years ago. That suggests that she was well into her twilight. But despite
で
that,
すが、ここ最近のあの子はあまりに活発すぎでした。
after that knick-knack shop manager took possession of her, she was responsible for 8 abductions, including the failed attempt against the manager himself. She was almost as active as she was in her prime. Differently put, it seems that she suddenly went on a move around the time she came into the shop manager's possession. It's almost like someone put extra emotion into her, but consensus among experts on material variants is that such refueling is completely improbable. It's as crazy as putting gas into the tank of a running car. What's worse, she got something different from the original fuel.
あの人形の身に何かが起こったと言いたいのか。
The boy, a specialist in the field, has decided that someone must have forcefully fed the doll.
ほぼ間違いなく。
ちなみにその何かっていうのをナナ氏はどう考えてる？
数日前に小耳に挟んだのですが、今年に入ってからこの町では異変が起こってるんですよね。
まあ例の犯罪率の増加のことか。
That's been one of the topics discussed by the cook and Amakawa Yu lately.
おいおい、まさか。
それってただの噂ではないんですよね。
つまりお前はこう思ってるわけか。今町で起こっている何かは人だけじゃなく物までもおかしくしちまうと。
雑貨屋の件がイレギュラーだったのもそれで説明がつくんじゃないですか。
あ、情報部の話じゃ。それはいろいろな偶然が重なってたな。
The doll was capable of controlling only 3 objects at a time. She couldn't get Nikawa because Tamada shot her while he was fighting back by pushing over heavy shelves.
それはなぜ雑貨屋が助かったかという話。僕が話しているのはなぜ最初から雑貨屋に切りかかったかです。
The cook understands the boy's doubt. Had the doll been that belligerent, she would have left much more evidence behind over her century of activity.
わかった。お前の話は情報部にも伝えておく。だがどうして人間嫌いのお前が町の事情に首を突っ込む？
The cook is aware that the boy is not doing this to protect the people in
も
town.
ちろんあの子のためですよ。
ナナシよ、お前はあの人形の中に何を見たんだ？
彼女の眠りを妨げて彼女を悲しませた人間がいる。僕にはそれが許せません。
As if unable to stand the fact that someone hurt his friend, his face quietly reflects seething anger. Eee.
"もうすでにそのための書類も提出したようです。これで諸々の違法行為については非常事態における必要な行動だったと処理されます。
本当に不器用な男だよ。
Kashiwaba's report brings relief to Susanari. There was something that he wanted to find out, even at the cost of calling out this guy whom he
日
dislikes.
常に戻れるチャンスだったのにさ。
The report is regarding
そう
Tamura.
言いながらなぜ嬉しそうな顔。
気のせいだろ。
Tamura ended up deciding to continue fighting. Susanari doesn't know much about him. In fact, all he knows is what he learned from a few conversations with him and a few pages of a report about him. But nonetheless, he thinks the decision is very
し
likely.
かしまた過酷な道を選んだな。
Yeah, I could use some damn quiet. His new path will be as isolated and rough as his last 5 years. He's going to become one of the collaborators of the Disobeyers. His position will be a member of the Covert Operations Department. Even many of the Disobeyers shy away from Covert Ops work due to its extreme confidentiality
まあ
requirements.
そんな人物だからこそ
どういうことだ？
人形の所有者には共通点があることが分かった。皆どこかに孤独を抱える人物でした。
孤独？
田村氏であれば幼い頃に身内を全てなくしている。三山氏も人形師になってすぐに
そういう人間だけを引き寄せていた。
そう三山氏と同じような境遇の人ばかり。
That might have been partly why the doll wouldn't stop murdering. Perhaps the owners spilled their hearts to the doll, heavily depending on it, Susanari imagines.
もう全ては終わったことですが。
身も蓋もないことを言うなよ。せっかく事件は一段落したんだから余韻を楽しめって。
そんな暇があるのならスクワットの1回でもした方が有意義じゃないですか。
このド変態が。
Susanari lets out a sigh, looking at the guy he's had to put up with since way back when. Tamuna may be living his life awkwardly, but this guy's living his with a heart of steel. Susanari wonders what the other peculiar guy is doing now. Hopefully he'll be able to see him again, once he's learned to smile a little better anyway. Please, for the love of God, let me be done. I could have just filled another stream with this, I think. Azuma doesn't consider himself very dutiful about his work. He's not crazy about being the ideal police officer who acts as a role model that the high-ups are so obsessed with. He doesn't even think about becoming an ally of justice and receiving people's attention and love. But he still feels proud to be a cop. He has this pet theory that every police officer must be one of the two types. One is a shield that protects innocent people, and the other is a hunting hound that corners odious criminals.
お前の周りでは7人の人間は行方不明になっている。
He gets directly to the point.
7人ですか。それくらいの人数は人形に願ったかもしれません。
一つ教えておいてやるが、あの人形はさらった人間を本当ある場所に連れて行っては殺害していたんだ。
Nikawa frowns slightly for a moment, but his smirk quickly returns. It makes Azuma understand that there's no reason to go easy on this
そ
man.
のある場所からお前の知り合いの遺体が6体見つかった。
Acquaintances with a typo, acquaintances.
それは残念です。
Nikawa doesn't appear to be aware of how crucial Azuma's remark is to
もう
him.
一度言うが、その場所では6人分の遺体しか見つからなかった。
刑事さんは一体何を。
だから一人足りないって言ってるんだよ。
それは人形がその一人だけを。
Why would it do that? It wouldn't do that. Where's the seventh body, my guy? Nikawa looks so upset that Azuma has practically succeeded at pulling out a confession. If he didn't know what Azuma was talking about, he'd be less upset and more
それは
confused.
ないだろう。だって4件目の女性はお前が殺してどこかに死体を遺棄したんだからな。
Oh.
何を言ってるんですか。
4番目の怪盗という人物が行方不明になった夜、この時にだけお前にはアリバイがない。
From a different point of view, he had an alibi when all the other 6 disappeared. For one, he happened to be drinking with a friend. For another, he happened to be away on a business trip. As a matter of fact, apart from the night he was assaulted by the doll, he had been extremely hard to find in the city at night, as though he refused to stay
た
there.
またまですよ。それこそ7人も行方不明になっているのに全部アリバイがある方がおかしいでしょう。
最初に消えた3人とお前の仲が悪かったことの裏は取れている。だが怪盗との関係は違う。仲が悪いを通り越し最悪だった。ぶっ殺したい死ねばいいのにといつも周囲に言ってたそうじゃないか。
そうですね。 人格を疑われるかもしれませんが、彼女が行方不明になったと聞いて胸がスッとしたのは事実です。でも私は
人形に任せるには惜しいとそう思ったんだろう。
In the first place, Nikawa didn't know what kind of ending all those missing people had to see. As one of the possibilities, he must have thought that the doll spirited people away without any pain. He hated Kaito so much that he was even talking about killing her. It wouldn't be surprising if he decided that he wanted to make sure she
例
suffered.
えばだ、3人の人間が行方不明になった時、たまたまそこで思いついたわけだ。もしも自らが罪を犯しても人形のせいにできるんじゃないか。
Nikawa glares at Azuma with rebellious
最
eyes.
初からお前の態度は疑問だった。混乱していたり精神的に弱っているならまだしも、これだけ理性的に受け答えができるんだ。普通に考えれば人形の犯行だなんて理解されるはずもないと。
私はただ。
いや違うね。お前にはそう口にする理由があったんだ。警察が行方不明者について疑問を持ち始めたら、お前はこういうつもりだった。人形に願ったら人が消えたと。
As a matter of fact, Nikawa did tell Azuma something
そ
like
れ
that.
を受けて警察が捜査した際に、他の6人について完璧なアリバイがあれば、残りの1人についても一連の事件として処理される。人形が実在するかどうかは重要じゃない。一連の7人の失踪事件は不可解な同一の事件であると。
証拠はあの女を私が殺したという証拠は。
Azuma sighs in disappointment, wondering why people like him always fell back on stock lines like that one.
大胆な計画を立てた割に肝心な部分は甘すぎたな。カイトが住んでいたマンションの向かいにある駐車場、お前がカイトのマンションに入っていくところも、マンションから巨大な荷物を抱えて出ていくところもな。
Nikawa is startled. Although he must have been cautious about the cameras in an apartment building, you could find one of those almost everywhere these days if you're somewhere crowded.
N システムからカイトが行方不明になった日の夜に、あんたが隣の県の山麓にあるダムに足を運んでいることも
Hi, hi,
調べがつい
welcome
ている
back.
な。
You get some rest.
これでも全ての事件は人形のものだと言い張るか。
Every investigator from the police and the disobeyers, except for Azuma, should have considered the doll to be responsible for all the missing people, including the 7. And they're probably still investigating with that in mind. Nikawa's biggest misfortune is that Azuma works in
俺
this
が
case.
最も許せないのはな、5人目以降の人間についてだ。前半の4人とは違い、カイト殺害後の3人については。
私は
Azuma can see Nikawa's eyes filled with fear. He's utterly awed by the cop who seems to have read him like an open book.
後半の3人は自分のアリバイを作るためだけに適当に気に食わない相手を選んだな。
Nikawa goes pale and feels faint while Azuma eyes him with anger. He practically killed 3 people in order to hide his guilt. Just like Amakawa Yu never forgives the unfairness caused by variants, Azuma as a police officer never forgives injustice caused by human beings. No matter how much time and effort it may take, he will surely drag every one of Nikawa's crimes into the light of day.
あれだ、お前の罪の代償、左腕だけで済むと思うなよ。
Sheesh! Not bad. Oh, motherfucker. Of course you get a side as well, huh? Having left the dojo and walking down to the station, I'm somehow not thrilled heading through this alleyway to the station's main street. Maybe it's all the surrounding entertainment facilities. This alley is full of street stalls selling accessories or collections of self-made poems, as well as passionate street singers and dancers entertaining passers-by. While they're all here for some purpose, some to make a living, some to fulfill their dreams, this area is always crowded with visitors just checking out the attractions or seeing the sights. If you like rowdy, bustling areas, you probably enjoy being here, or so I think. But this kind of atmosphere really isn't my thing, and all I can say about this place is that it's a mess. I sometimes walk through here to get to the station, but never visit
何か
otherwise.
気になる商品でもあるの？
I drop by one of the stalls. It's not because they have something that interests me, but because the shopkeeper girl is blowing a beautiful bubblegum balloon. There's no way she'd know that. She's talking to me, figuring I want to see their stuff. I'm slightly disappointed to see the balloon break the moment she opened her mouth to speak.
お姉さん可愛いからどれも似合うと思うけど。
She still thinks I'm here to look at the accessories. What should I do? It'd be weird if I told her that the bubblegum balloon caught my eye. When I give a closer look at each accessory on the sheet, I notice that they are all of unexpectedly high quality. In fact, they all look
す
fantastic.
ごい綺麗なものばかりですね。
ありがとう。ここの商品はうちと友達が作ったも
Oh,
のなんだよ
wait,
ね。
accessories!
これ全部手作りなんですか？
そうそう。
すごく素敵なデザインばかりですね。
Ah, what's her name? The Rin's girlfriend. Some of them are unimaginably luxurious for a street stall, while some are very simple and neat. I usually don't wear any accessories, but these are just
ま
perfect.
あね。うち有名デザイナーの卵だから。自称だけどね。
Oh.
あとはすごいプロの人だったり、
全然。腕は趣味に毛が生えた程度だし。
もしそうならふさふさで立派な毛ですよ。
マジで褒めすぎ。嬉しいけどおまけはできないよ。どれも手間とお金がかかってるから。
The highest price range is no more than 10,000 yen or so, and these small and simple ones cost less than 1,000. The merchandise all appears to be cheaply priced for its quality. This must be as low as they can price them. Considering how well crafted they are and how infrequently I pass through the street, buying one of these wouldn't hurt. Amakawa would probably like something simple. No, wait, maybe I should get something for those two kids.
そうだ。ついででいいからこっちの商品も見ていってよ。
Yeah, maybe you could get a matching set. Oh my god, matching set. She levels her eyes at the sheet spread out next to her space. Following her eyes, I find old clothes, wristwatches, magazines, and more on the sheet. I thought the owner of the store was away because there had been nobody by the sheet. Does it also belong to this woman? The items here don't look anything like what she sells over
あ
here.
のこっちは
My sentence cuts off. A pendant has caught my eyes. The combination of its simple garnished hat and thin chain gives a delicate impression of the whole. I didn't have any particular reason to pick it up. It neither has a design distinguished enough for me to express my preferences about it, nor much greater gloss than the other goods. It's just that it feels like it has a presence different from that of the others.
それ気に入ったの？
はい。
I guess it's more like I've gotten
お
interested in
姉
it.
さん可愛いから500円でいいよ。
いいん
Ayo!
ですか？
The price tag says 2,980
いい
yen.
んですよ。こっちは私のお店じゃないしね。
誰か別の人のお店だってことですか？
そう。よく隣になるやつの店なんだけど、すぐにどっかに行っちゃってさ。その度に逆隣にいるお兄さんとうちが店番を頼まれるの。
A guy wearing a knit hat gives me a slight bow when she faces
人
him.
のお店なのに勝手に割り引いていいんですか？
これだけは絶対この値段でっていうのは何点か聞かされてるけど、
このペンダントは適当で OK なんですね。
そうそう。
さすがに500円だと怒られちゃうんじゃないですか？
ないない。今までも似たようなこと何回もしてるし、それに怒りもしないし笑いもしない、よくわかんないやつでさ。
The knit guy hat shrugs his shoulders in agreement. Sounds like the shop owner isn't very
でも
friendly.
まあ、店番してる間に売れたものは3分の1はこっちの儲けにしていいって話だし、ついでの小遣い稼ぎだと思えば苦にはならないから。そっちのニットくんなんて5000円の値札がついた懐中時計を200円で売ってたもん。
その3分の1ってなると全然お二人の儲けになりませんね。
いいのいいの。私たちの元ではゼロなんだから。店番をしてあげて、お客さんが喜んでくれて、こっちも儲か
But
る。
isn't that a little too low?
いいことずくめじゃん。
The knitted man nods several times with approval and smiles. He seems to be fairly affable compared to the absent stallkeeper in question.
そういえば、このペンダントって面白いんだよ。
面白い？
ちょっと手に取ってみてよ。
She thrusts the pendant to me and I catch it with haste. The moment it's on my palm, I realize what she means. I can hear a dry rumbling sound from inside the accessory.
中に何か入ってる。
だよね。
何が入ってるんですか？
それがさ、うちらにもわからないんだよね。
どういうことですか？
試しに開けてみてくれる？
As instructed, I push part of my fingernail in the slit and try to pry it open, but the lid won't budge. It's like all the parts are tightly glued shut. But it doesn't look that way at all, and even if that was the case, I should probably be able to make some more progress.
開かないでしょ。うちらもいろいろと試してみたんだけどさ。
開く気配もないですね。
作りを見るとさ、もともと開くようになってるとは思うんだけど。
これがロケットなら普通に考えれば中身は写真とか？
でもさ、写真ならそんな音しないと思わない？
No, not really.
に何が入ってるのか気になりますね。
でしょでしょ。こっそり仕事道具とかも使ってみたんだけど全くダメでさ。多分さ、歪んで開かないとかって感じだと思うけど。
I don't see any such flaws. Its surface looks completely intact. Maybe something is wrong inside
で
it.
さ、誰かが買って謎を解明してくれないかなと思ってたんだよね。
それならお姉さん自身が買ってみたらどうですか？
いざ開けてみて中身がただの小石とかゴミでしたって話なら500円でも損だからね。
Like she said, you'd probably regret it if you bought it just to find out what's inside.
で、どうするの？
I should one more look at the pendant on my palm. Okay, I know what to do. I like the design and want to find out what's inside.
これいただけますか？
やっぱりそんなに中身が気になるの？
それもありますけど、なんとなくデザインとか綺麗だし好きな雰囲気かなって。
じゃあ無理に開けたりしないで身につける目的で？
はい。
そっか、そうだよね。私ダメだな。この子のためにもそういうのが一番いいよね。
She calls the pendant her in a gentle voice. I think that proves how much she loves accessories. Maybe she can create these wonderful works because she's like that.
でも無茶じゃない範囲で試してみるかもしれません。
やっぱ気にはなるもんね。もしも中身が分かってさ、うちはだいたいこの場所で自分の店出してるし、うちがいなければそっちの彼に伝えておいてくれれば。
The knitter guy thumps his chest, implying his supportiveness.
はい、わかりました。
ありがとね。じゃあお会計は？
その前にお姉さんのお店も見せてもらっていいですか？
And like this pendant, her goods don't give out a mysterious aura that tempts you to touch and study them, but I can feel something like the hidden passion of hers within them. In fact, I feel like I can see some kind of twinkling buried in them that could actually make her a famous designer in the
そ
future.
っか、ありがとう。
Now I'm having fun imagining this woman in a gorgeous dress giving a wonderful speech to a large
じゃあ
audience.
さ、これなんかどうかな？
By the time I finally decide to buy a bracelet, the sun is starting to set. I'm going to fucking scream. Hello. Normally Nanashi starts pressuring me to make a purchase as soon as I come in, but this time he's staring at the door without paying me any attention.
どうかされましたか？
Well, I just wanted to come see the doll.
そうですか。でも、もう彼女を叩いちゃダメですよ。
That hurts.
冗談です。それこそ、彼女はユウさんに感謝すらしているかもしれませんから。
Grateful?
ええ。
What's that supposed to mean? Let me ask you something.
はい。
You went all the way up there last night because you wanted to protect her? I want to know if he was there to stop me before I lost it and completely destroyed the doll.
彼女が眠りにつく瞬間に立ち会いたかっただけです。
But I know you made every effort you could to keep me from breaking the doll.
バレバレでした？
Yeah, mind telling me what that was for?
そうですね。これ、ユウさんにだけはお見せします。
He produces a picture. Is this Tamuna? But the picture looks so old. It is a monochrome that seems to have been taken decades ago.
宮山氏の写真です。
What?
生前、唯一仲の良かった妹さんに頼まれて撮影したものだそうです。
Oh, and Tamuna looks just like him? He and Tamuna look alike.
はい。見分けがつかないほどに。彼女が5年前に田村氏を殺さなかった理由もここにあるのかと。
They say that it was because he was hiding himself so skillfully. He was so good at it that even the intelligence department had trouble tracking him down.
悪口を聞いただけで相手の元にたどり着くような子ですよ。
Yeah,
相手の住所や顔を
That's
頼り
very
に
true.
行動してるとは思えません。
that makes perfect sense, but if that's true, it wasn't a coincidence that Tamura survived?
襲われなかったんじゃなくて、襲わなかったんです。
Now that it's a mere doll, there's no way to find out the truth. If someone else were here, they would probably laugh at this theory. But after actually having fought the doll, that does ring of truth. There's something that crossed my mind when I was fighting back in that old house. The doll was really strong, and I had no idea how Tamura survived fighting the doll for so long. I know he'd been training himself, but the doll was way stronger than him. Basically, the doll's psychic power could have killed him just like that. Maybe it couldn't attack him with everything it had.
そうかもしれない。いえ、きっとそうだと思います。初めて田村氏と出会った時、100年ぶりに生みの親と再会した時、彼女は何を思ったんでしょうか。
Did you let us subdue the doll because... Despite his obsession with objects, especially material variants, Nanashi was never against us turning the doll back into a mere object. What that implies is... You tried to stop her from killing Tamura?
情報部によると、やはり彼女は工房で宮間氏を修復しようとしていたようです。彼女は生みの親が願った通りにずーっと人であろうとしました。そして100年間彼を修理しようとし続けた。その結末が悪魔のような扱いだっていうだけでも報われないのに、その生みの親にそっくりな相手を殺させるなんてあんまりじゃないですか。
A parent and child. That's not like you, Nanashi.
いいえ、どこまで行っても僕は僕です。この高校娘が人間だったら僕は何もしなかったと思いますよ。
Right. He gives much more love to everything created by humans than to those humans or even himself. That's the way he lives his life. His conversation fit the final piece into the puzzle. With that, this case is truly closed. Alright, there's a question I've been dying to ask you. Stop walking the moment I arrive at the door. Nanashi is the only one in the world who knows the answer to this question.
何ですか?
What did you see when you touched the doll at the last moment? Nanashi, the owner of Nanashi, though. His other phase is a disobeyer with the power of attachment. It allows him to see the thoughts existing inside objects.
ある男性の顔です。
Was it Miyama's?
わかりません。あまりに似ていて、それが宮間氏なのか田村氏なのか見分けはつきませんでした。
Maybe the doll couldn't tell them apart either.
ただ、その男の人の顔は笑ってました。
So that was the last dream she saw after living for 100 years.
それで、その映像が見えた瞬間にね、彼女が微笑んだ気がしたんです。木で作られた顔だから表情なんて動くはずもないのに。
I see.
とても幸せそうに笑ってました。
After the case was closed, he was suggested by the disobeyers to return to an ordinary life under the condition of not revealing anything that he knows about the case. However, he rejected the proposal, granting his 5-year-long wish, having learned the okay. Well, we read about that. He now works as a collaborator for the disobeyers. Oh, another vocal. Another vocal song. For the cat. Dude. And we even get subtitles for the song. There. Honestly, I do not know how big the budget was, but there was a lot of love that went into this game. I can see though that there's way more to the world they tried to build up. This is a work of fiction. Any relation to actual people or events is purely coincidental. But either they ran out of money, so oh, never mind. Hello? It's been a little over a month since the boy and girl met. He has visited her room every day. When she's too sick, they can't even talk to each other, only see each other's faces. But he visits anyway. There are days like today when she's in good shape but isn't allowed to run around in the hospital because a family member isn't there to look after her. Each time that happens, the boy takes a seat by her bed and chats with her, the usual smile on his face. She can feel the kindness he shows is different from that of her family, the nurse or the doctor. It turns the solitary room into a place filled with warmth. Shopping trips to the hospital store used to be a favorite thing to do, but now she thinks there's nothing better than sharing her time with the boy. After a string of laughter, a silence falls between them. You know, reseating himself and swinging his legs in the air, he speaks with his eyes cast down. The girl can wait to hear what he has to say. Every story he tells is amusing. She particularly laughs at when he talks about his stubborn but tender grandpa. Next week, I'm leaving the hospital. For a moment she can't understand what he said. She feels her entire body grow faint. She should say something, but the words won't come. Of course, on the day they met each other, he told her that his hospital stay was going to last for 2 months at the longest. She doesn't really know what kind of illness or injury he'd been admitted with, or if he got a surgery here, but he said days ago that he was going to get his cast off this week. Although she wishes she could spend time with him like this forever, she knew they'd be separated eventually. Still, the time she spent with him was like a dream that she hoped would never end. Staring straight at the confused girl, the boy continues. But I'm gonna come see you a lot. He could be feeling excited about being released, but he looks sorry for some reason. Really? Yeah. He answers without any hesitation. No, he won't ever come either. Many people had told her similar things before. A distant relative, a nurse who quit her job, a girl who had been with her for a week. She met various people during her years-long hospitalization. Not many visited her again. So hi Akire, how was the musical? Some of them did a couple of times, but that was all. Once you've recovered and are able to leave, you forget about the small world. That is one of the facts she has learned here. The same will happen for the boy, but... You come see me again? I promise I will. He firmly nods. The iron will she sees in his eyes makes her heart waver. Every time this has happened before, she's held on to a faint hope that they come and visit. But this time she desperately wants for him to make good on his promise, no matter what it takes. It doesn't matter if she can trust his words or not. She wants to trust them. That's what her heart is telling her. Bleh. What I was trying... Thank you so much for thank you so much for playing. Reddits for Anguish is over. To next episode. Indigo Blue Heaven. But we don't have an Indigo Blue Heaven! Because there's no other game out! I was about to say, like, it seems like they are building up a way bigger world. And there's quite a lot of stuff they put in there, but it's not actually out. And as far as I'm aware, there's no actual talk of that other game ever coming out. If there ever is another game, I will play it for sure though. Because this was great. This was really good. There's also apparently a special thingy now. Extra scenario. Okay, you know what? There is an extra scenario, but one, we've already been going way too overtime. Way too that's not how you English. Anyway, I've been going for too long thank you for the pad. Too long for tonight. But what I'm going to be doing is we're going to look at the extra on Sunday. It's probably going to be quite short. But we're going to be looking at the extra on Sunday when I actually have the time. And then we're gonna start another game. But for now, I'll have to end here. It's been so... but it was good. I'm glad we finished it. But I need to go to bed, like, right the fuck now. It was nice, not as nice as the old one got, but it's still nice to actually see live. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I was thinking like, wait, it's Wednesday today. Akira said he's going to go see a musical. I'm glad you got to see it and it was nice. We finished Magical Eyes. That is another game done. Another game of my endless backlog. Another game for the completion list. I think if I can make it to a total sum of 75 finished games, I am going to be very proud. Very proud. I don't know what I'll be doing then. but I'm going to be extremely proud of myself. For now though, let me switch up the music a little bit because I am tired. There were parts in between I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna end at a normal time. I need to sleep. I'm just gonna catch up on this on Sunday. But no, we finished it now. We finished it and we did well, and it was a great game and I'm glad I played it. Atelier is at least gonna be one of them. Oh, for sure. It's going to be another Atelier is going to be there. I don't know how many games we're missing to get to 75. I have no fucking clue. You were doing a short game marathon? No. I think I'm gonna try another horror-ish visual novel actually on Sunday. I forget the name. I know exactly which game I have in mind. Neighbor. It's called Neighbor. On Sunday I plan on doing the special thingy here since we unlocked it, and then we're going to get started with Neighbor. For now though, I wish all of you a very, very good night. I am going to go to sleep now. I'll see you all on Friday for more Atelier. And I wish you all a good night. And I'm repeating myself as usual. Good night everyone. Sleep tight. Have a good rest. And bye bye.